Okay, we're live.
All right, good evening, everyone. Welcome. I will call the General Committee meeting to order. Welcome to our virtual General Committee meeting. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic physical distancing measures, General Committee is continuing to practice physical distancing. And all members of Council, Executive Management, and the City Clerk are participating via video conference. Senior leadership team who have reports on tonight's agenda, and there are many, are not visible, but they are available to answer our questions if we need them in our discussions tonight. I will run through a consent agenda. We have one presentation, which we'll do right after the consent agenda. For the consent items, I'll read out the title associated with recommended motions from the staff reports and the items for discussion. Members of the General Committee may ask that an item be held so it can be discussed further. If the item is not held, the item that's printed on the agenda, the motion printed on the agenda, is deemed to be approved. No further discussion would happen tonight, and it will go forward to City Council for our consideration at our next meeting next Monday. Okay, we'll start then with the deferred business that was deferred from the May 25th meeting of General Committee. The first item was deferred by motion 21G150, and that is the 2022 business plan and budget directions.
Hold, please.
Thanks, Councillor Owen. Next item that was deferred is with regards to the speed limit on Lakeshore Drive between SIMCOE Street and TIFFIN Street.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor Harvey. Finally, we have a confidential personal information matter. This is regards to the appointments to the Council Compensation Review Committee. Deputy Mayor Ward, I think you were going to hold that.
Oh, yeah. Okay, sure. Yep, I forgot about that, but yes, I will.
For the procedural matter. Thank you. Our staff reports, there's no reference advisory or special committee reports on tonight's agenda. The staff reports tonight, the first is to do with the Barrie landmark sign.
Well, please.
Held by Councillor McCann. The next item is the approval of the Transportation Asset Management Plan. That is the subject of the presentation. If somebody would like to hold that for us.
Hold.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. We have the 2021 cycling network expansion to Hanmer Street East and Bayview Drive. No holds. That is approved by General Committee, and that is to implement bicycle lanes on sections of those roads. We have the cultural grant review, the report and recommendations from the review of the cultural grant program.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor Morales. We have the capital project status report. If somebody could hold that for me, please.
Hold, please.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. If no one else is going to hold it, I do have one quick amendment. Development charge update and bylaw amendment is the next staff report. No holds there. That is approved. Finally, we have an item on the sale of city-owned land, part of Block B, Plan 1400. It's in Ward 8. No holds on that. That is approved. We have three items for discussion on tonight's agenda. The first is a request for investigation of safety measures on Penetanguishene Road. It's put on by Councillor Riepma. No holds there. It is approved. Next is a change to the number of days fireworks of any kind or description can be discharged or set off as currently permitted in the consolidated regulatory bylaw, so fireworks regulations. No holds. That is approved, and that is to limit the discharge of fireworks, setting off any fireworks to 5 days prior to the specific holidays that are in the motion, unless authorized to do so. And that will go forward to City Council next week. Finally, we have a request put on by Councillor Natalie Harris for an investigation of a three-way stop at the intersection of Crawford and Patterson in Ward 6. No holds. That is approved. Okay, members of General Committee, before we get started with the deferred items from last week, we have a presentation this week on an item that's on tonight's agenda, and that is the Transportation Asset Management Plan. I see Kelly Oakley, our Manager of Corporate Asset Management, has joined the call, and I will hand the floor over to you, Ms. Oakley, for the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I will start my screen sharing and make sure we're good for technology. Are you able to see my screen?
Not yet.
Okay,
That's got it.
got it.
Good.
Okay.
You're up.
Okay, let's hope I hit the right buttons and you continue to see my screen as we go ahead. Thank you for having me this evening. Thank you for the introduction. My name is Kelly Oakley again, and I'm presenting on the Transportation Asset Management Plan. Let me just see here. So one goal of today's presentation is to provide a refresher on some of the principles of asset management, while also providing you with some of the findings of the recently completed Transportation Asset Management Plan. This presentation and the associated staff report also serve to advance the city's asset management objectives by keeping us in compliance with Ontario regulations. You'll recall that in February, we brought you the Stormwater Asset Management Plan. And so it may seem we are repeating some of this material recently, but we have new and important information to share and also want to provide you with some reminders as we go. The city owns around $5 billion in assets. That includes transportation assets, but also water, wastewater, facilities and fleet and others. And these assets allow the city to deliver a wide range of services to residents, businesses, and visitors. Without these assets, we can't provide reliable services. For the purpose of today's presentation, we'll be talking about the transportation service. Asset management is about understanding the risks and costs associated with providing service so that we can make informed decisions about how to spend capital and operating budgets. At the city, every group and department is doing asset management every day, even if we don't always call it that. Scheduling maintenance on fleet vehicles, assessing the condition of our pavement, planning which fire stations and recreation centers we need for growth, and understanding the cost to deliver all of that work are all examples of asset management planning. The corporate asset management team at the city works with all departments to help implement best practices and make strategic decisions. Transportation assets allow for the movement of people and goods throughout the city. They make up about 1.1 billion of the total $5 billion in the city's assets. The majority of the 1.1 billion in transportation assets is roads, the asphalt surface and the granular base below. The city also owns bridges, traffic control, such as signs and traffic signals, streetlights, and active transportation infrastructure like sidewalks and bike lanes. One of the biggest pressures we face is striking the balance between keeping our existing roads in good condition and expanding the transportation network to allow for growth and intensification that is coming. An important factor in how we manage our assets is to understand what condition they're in. One indication of condition is age, and many of the city's transportation assets are relatively young. One of the things this age graph indicates is that although we have a lot of new and middle-aged transportation assets now, we could be facing a bump as this large cohort of infrastructure ages together. One of the values of asset management plans is that we can look ahead and plan for this need. For our pavement assets, we rely on more than just age to determine their condition. We typically hire a contractor every 4 years or so to drive the entire road network and assess the condition of the pavement. They use lasers and other technology to measure cracks, ruts, and other defects in the pavement. If you look at the red and orange portions of the bars on this graph, you can see that the city does have roads in poor and very poor condition. And these need to be reconstructed. Some of these have been highlighted recently in the media through the CAA Worst Roads list that you may have seen published last week. However, this graph also shows that the majority of our roads are in good to very good condition, and those are the green portions of these bars. It's important to look after these cohorts of pavement, as you can see that the reconstruction needs in the future will be much greater if these are allowed to fall into poor condition. Assets exist to provide a service, and ultimately everything the city does should be linked to the service we want to provide. There's a direct connection between how we spend on assets and the service levels we provide. If we want to increase our service level, say improve the condition of our roads, add or widen roads, or increase winter control to include walkways, then we need to appropriately resource. That might mean capital construction dollars and people to deliver those projects, or it might mean fleet vehicles and people to operate them. When we talk about levels of service, we talk about metrics. The numbers shown here represent the existing service levels we are providing, and generally the city's transportation assets are providing good service. What we measure in terms of the specific metrics are prescribed by the provincial asset management regulation. However, it is the city that determines what our service levels will be. And we make that determination when we set priorities and allocate budgets. Council can choose to provide a higher level of service by increasing spending in specific areas. But of course, spending increases usually come with associated tax increases. We know that it costs less to keep assets in good condition than to repair or replace assets in very poor condition. Therefore, we have an opportunity to minimize our total spending over time if we sustain and increase our focus on proactive pavement preservation. If we underinvest now, our future costs will be much higher and our level of service will decrease. So putting together our understanding of assets, their service level, and the future funding needs, we're able to summarize what the financial implications might be. Looking after what we own is a priority. This graph shows the average annual spending needs to renew our existing transportation assets. The proposed spending in the approved 10-year capital plan is represented by the blue bars, with the average of that represented by the solid black line. The identified funding needs associated with our existing levels of service are represented by the red dash line. Then the infrastructure gap is represented here by the difference between the red dashed and solid black lines. The city has a comprehensive transportation master plan, which identifies our needs associated with growth. The infrastructure gap, represented again here by the difference between the red dashed and solid black lines, shows that despite a large capital program, we are not investing in growth at the level identified in the transportation master plan. The pace of growth in the secondary plan areas has been slower than expected, and so DC revenue to pay for these improvements is also lagging. This underfunding is fine if the existing service levels are acceptable to the city. However, as the growth picks up, our investments will need to match that pace in order to avoid reduced service levels, primarily being congestion. Operations and maintenance is everything from filling potholes and replacing bulbs and streetlights or traffic signals to winter control and street sweeping. As the city grows, we take on more assets, and our operating and maintenance budgets must keep pace. And this means addressing more than just inflation. This third graph shows an increasing gap if we continue to increase budgets at 2% versus a projected 2.8% pace of population growth. We also know that even the provision of a 2% increase results in challenging discussions every year at budget time. In this year's budget, an intake form for winter maintenance was approved. This was a great example of the city providing additional positions and fleet to keep up with needs and maintain service levels. Had council not supported this investment, the city would be exposed to increased risks during winter events, and the public would see reduced service levels in the form of delays to clearing snow or applying salt and brine to our roads. This final graph shows all three of the previous graphs combined. This is the total cost of providing the transportation service. Understanding renewal, growth, and operating and maintenance needs are all important components of asset management planning. Investment in all of these areas impacts the services we provide to the public, whether that materializes as traffic congestion, poor pavement quality, response times to winter events, or sidewalk repairs. Improving the ability to get around is one of council's strategic priorities. Roads, sidewalks, bridges, and other transportation assets are critical to delivering service to move people and goods throughout the city. At the creation of the dedicated infrastructure renewal fund and increased investment in road resurfacing over the last several years are all examples of the way council is acting to address this priority. At the risk of repeating myself, there is a direct connection between the service levels we provide to the public and how much we invest. Through our work on this transportation AMP, we have quantified the underinvestment in transportation assets, which will result in reduced service levels over time. This means more roads and sidewalks in poor condition, more potholes, and more congestion, less active transportation opportunities. Even with a focus on transportation projects, we are falling short of the required funding level. This underscores the importance of aligning expansion and upgrade projects with the timing of growth, as well as continuing to invest in the preservation of our existing pavements in order to minimize our total investment over time. Asset management is an evolving process. As we continue to refine how best to analyze our assets, we gain an even better financial picture of what is needed and when. And we plan to use this information to inform the preparation of future capital and operating budgets, as well as the city's long-range financial planning efforts. That's the last slide I have for you. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Ms. Oakley. Questions from members of General Committee. Councillor Morales.
Would you like me to stop sharing my screen?
We've got it down. Thanks.
Okay.
We're good, I think.
Okay.
Councillor Morales and then Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Since we have the presentation now and the report that you asked to be held later, there's a couple questions that I have that bleed into both the presentation and the report. Where would you like me to ask those questions?
Oh, go ahead now. Yep.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Ms. Oakley, for the presentation. The way I characterize the presentation, the report is this is our version of the US's, who's going to pay for social care, Medicare, that kind of nature. And I'm actually a little bit concerned. I'll refer to a page, page 40. What was it? There's a page in the report that the conclusions that says, historically, the city has underinvested in its transportation.
Oh, Councillor Morales, if you can hear us, you froze on us. Councillor Morales, can you hear us? Okay, I will go to Councillor Kungle and we'll come back to Councillor Morales. Go ahead, Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Worship. Thank you for the presentation, Ms. Oakley, and my compliments too overall on the asset management campaign that you've been engaging us on over the past little while. It's been quite informative. As I look at those 10 recommendations as well that tie to your efforts, and you made reference in your presentation to some of the pieces that we considered and approved in the budget for this year that do have a direct impact. Is there anything council can forecast or a way in which those considerations that may come as intake forms or budget items can get highlighted so there's a clear relationship to either helping to mitigate this $48 million per year gap or additional costs that we're incurring just because maybe there's a greater depreciation of a particular asset and we're looking at a bigger gap? Is there a way in which staff are going to bring forward budget items tied to this so we can appreciate this in particular?
Thank you for the question through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungle. I would say that every item that the city brings forward in a capital plan should be tied to an asset management plan, and whether that's transportation or other services. And for every project that we bring forward, we do an analysis and assessment of risk and prepare business cases. And I know you don't see all of that background work, but I can let you know that that does happen. And then the small snippets of information that you receive in the budget binder should really highlight, not just a description of what the work is, but why it's required. And the principles that we're talking about today about transportation really do apply for all assets. So if you see a project for a road resurfacing program or for investment in renewal of something at a city facility, the rationale behind all of those is similar. I'm not sure if that answered your question.
That does, thank you. I guess in
Okay.
follow-up, it would be if I missed appreciating that it existed in the last budget review process, will there be a particular line item in the upfront commentary before we dig into the line-by-line items that actually gives us a note about if we are at or above the $48 million forecasted gap in the coming year, or if we're going to see any forecasted variance? Is that something that we can expect will be a new way in which we are also summarizing all the different components that tie into this kind of gap situation? I'm just hoping it's not something that we miss based on how the information's packaged, but if there could be a line item that talks a bit about this specific $48 million gap, and how the budget that comes forward either is dependent on it. Does that make sense?
I think so. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungle, yes, we typically do work with, the corporate asset management team and the finance team work very closely together on presentation of the capital plan, and certainly we can work to strengthen some of the language about making the connections. There are already graphs and things, I think, in the budget binder that would identify spending on growth versus renewal and splitting up transportation versus other services. So we will continue to provide that information and try to make some better connections for you as well to the gaps that we're talking about today.
That's great. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Kungle. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Miss Oakley, sorry for freezing there. So this report in the presentation, I think this is probably the most significant challenge the city of Barrie is going to face over the next 30 years. This report was extremely scary. There was one line that I read that said, historically, the city has underinvested in its assets. The plan forecasts continued underinvestment over the next 10 years. Much of this underinvestment is due to growth and upgrade demands. However, there's a significant gap related even just to existing renewal. This underinvestment is not sustainable, and it's bolded, and will result in increased costs to replace failed assets as well as level of service, traffic congestions, degraded roads, hazardous conditions for pedestrian and cyclists. So this is the question I'll start with. It says here that for the city, to meet the population forecast set out by the province growth plan in 2019, the city is going to need to increase the capital growth and upgraded programs substantially between 2030 and 2041, while still maintaining the capital renewal program to deal with legacy infrastructure, as you called it, that bump from the 80s and 90s. That's going to be a headache. How is the province helping us? This provincially mandated target is a provincially mandated target, and we're getting there. The ball's already down the bowling alley. That's fine, but it's going to make an existing problem that we've had when our 80s and 90s infrastructure starts to deteriorate even worse. Is the province providing us with significant funding? Because that is a significant part of the report that stood out on page 21 at me, and it's bolded, screaming at me. And I'm wondering if the province is going to essentially step in and say, if we're going to mandate the city of Barrie to accommodate this growth, they're going to get appropriate capital funds.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, when the province allocates population and employment numbers to municipalities, they don't provide funding to go with it. And so certainly the city is aware that there are, again, these funding constraints that you're speaking about, and we'll be working on looking at our official plan, looking at our master plans in the future, and determining what, as well as our long-range financial plan, and determining where we can afford to spend and where we might need to look for other solutions. You'll recall that we have, a number of developer build projects and developer front-ending type arrangements in the secondary plan areas currently in an attempt to address some of these issues.
So the province doesn't do it for any municipality? Not just Barrie, but like anybody? They don't say, here's a pot of money. If we designated you as an urban growth node, here's some money to meet your targets?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, no, not that I'm aware of.
Okay, perfect. If I can, Mayor Lehman, through you, Ms. Miller, kind of flashed in. If I can, I guess, follow up with her if there's additional commentary.
Sure, Ms. Miller.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, Ms. Oakley's comments are correct, but as part of the official plan and municipal comprehensive review process, there is a requirement to demonstrate our servicing ability for the official plan and the targets that the province has provided, and those technical memos will be supporting the MCR work, and it is a requirement, but the province does not provide any funding for that.
Okay, perfect. The other question that I had here, obviously the report spoke to how, because growth is going to be slower than expected, that number is going to get essentially bigger before it gets smaller. That's fine. And it obviously talked about the risks that we are experiencing. But the main thing that also concerned me was page 47. The growth needs have been for this analysis, the growth needs to have been spread out over 30 years to 2051 rather than over 20 years to 2041, as identified in the Transportation Master Plan. This stretching out of the growth work ties to the slower than expected pace of growth that the city is seeing. In addition, the cost and resources required to implement these over a 20-year timeframe is considered unachievable. It is important to know that although this growth construction is being spread out to 2051, it does not include any growth-related work that is required to address additional growth projections from 2041 to 2051. That's extremely concerning. We're essentially kind of taking how to best contextualize this. It's kind of like using a payment vacation on a mortgage to catch up where you don't even know how you're kind of getting to the future one. So how does this, how can council, besides raising more revenue, I read the standard recommendations, but Ms. Oakley, I'm just extremely concerned that, like I said, this is probably going to be the most critical challenge facing the city of Barrie by far and on for decades. And just reading that paragraph, at first I read a very casual matter of fact, but it basically said that our existing target over the time frame is not, it's unrealistic. And then we're essentially borrowing for we're extending it an extra 10 years, but we're not even accounting for that. That's assuming growth in that decade is, for at least for the analysis purpose, is zero. So how can we dig ourselves out of this hole or this trajectory?
Ms. Oakley, if you want to start, then maybe Mr. Prowse or Mr. Miller. Go ahead, Ms. Oakley.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just want to point out to Councillor Morales, so we don't have master plans to 2051 at this time, and so we couldn't include that information in the analysis. Certainly this report is at a point in time, and once the official plan is completed later this year, we'll be embarking on a set of master plans to update, looking at all of the infrastructure requirements to 2051, and then we'll be able to plug that into our future asset management plan and long-range financial plan to start to look to see what those impacts will be. And so that's not a solution to the affordability issue, I realize, but there is a process where we'll be updating the information on a regular basis. And then, as you know, we update our development charges background study, and we do collect development charges to pay for much of this growth work.
Okay. You spoke to we don't do an analysis 2051. I get that, but we're spreading out our 20-year analysis over 30 years, not blind to the fact that there's going to be zero growth, but just to kind of make it work a little bit better. I get it that when we get closer to that, we can do an analysis on the impact then. But you know, from an accounting perspective, a risk management perspective, that's, at least for me, not a professional risk manager, but that's starting to set off some alarms from that perspective. So I guess I'll reframe it as a different question. Ms. Miller, let me just pull it up here. These are actually really complicated questions. So for once, I'm trying to write these down. Is there any merit to linking our future growth to our infrastructure gap? And what I mean by that is we've got an OP, and our OP is saying this area is going to grow to roughly X number of units per hectare. And we're always hearing from residents, you have an OP, stick to it. Respect the OP, respect public engagement, stick to density targets. If we can somehow link OP, which is a very macro document, but it more or less sets out growth targets, growth expectations, or guidelines, whatever word you want to use. And if we plug that data in, which basically says we are more or less going to get X number of units and X number of densities linked to X number of DC rates on the sliding scale within 20, 30 years, our infrastructure gap will be then 20, will be 10, will be 1 million, will be nothing. Maybe we have a surplus. Are we able to link those two, I guess, our growth projections to our infrastructure gap?
So, Ms. Miller, just before you answer, CAO Prowse, I know, wanted in on this, so I'm going to go to our CAO first, and then Ms. Miller can kick in on Councillor Morales's question. Go ahead, Michael.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Councillor Morales and members of council. I think it's helpful for members of council to recognize that there are effectively two areas of expense for the community. One is the growth, which is, for the most part, in air quotes, covered by development charges. So as the municipality grows, the developers contribute as they take out permits and put buildings up, and they contribute towards that infrastructure. And what you've seen in the past is we've reported on the lag on that infrastructure, where we have extended funds to build infrastructure, but we will get that money back. So we talk about being overcommitted. But that money will come to the city as we build out. And I don't think there's forecasting or speculation beyond what we have good numbers for. And the great work that Ms. Oakley has done is really becoming the backbone for our asset management plan. And that's going to help us compress the infrastructure gap as it relates to growth initiatives, because we are going to have a better set of numbers to make sure we're collecting the right funds to pay for the assets that are needed for the municipality. The other piece of the ledger is renewal. And renewal is almost exclusively on the tax base. And we have been funding that and improving that program for many years now through the Dedicated Infrastructure Renewal Fund, which members of council will be familiar with. Many years ago, the plan for that fund, I believe, was to come in at 1% and eventually double to 2%. And based on the formulation and calculations that were done at that time, that would have presented a very good chunk of change over a amount of years to allow us to do all the infrastructure and effectively eliminate that infrastructure gap. But as things do happen over the years, decisions were made and the Designated Infrastructure Renewal Fund stayed at about the same at that 1%. And then, as members of council know, last year it was reduced just slightly in recognition of the financial conditions throughout the community. But that is one of the big levers that council has. To Councillor Morales' question and Councillor Kungal's question is how do we make different decisions, or how do we have different outcomes? The Designated Infrastructure Renewal Fund is the biggest lever that council will have to change the outcome as it relates to the infrastructure gap, certainly on the renewal projects and on the growth projects. I think you'll see over years as Ms. Oakley's work comes to fruition, we will see that gap continue to close as we get tighter and tighter math and tighter policies. And I hope that is helpful to members of council.
Thank you, Mr. Presser, you, Mayor Lehman. Ms. Miller, is there any merit on, again, connecting our OP growth targets projections, again, whatever the appropriate word is, to our infrastructure gap, like connecting them?
Yeah, so this through you, Mayor Lehman, to Council Morales, the short answer is yes. And the short answer is also that we're already doing that, and we are required to do that by the province and have been for some time as part of the OP and the MCR process. So there are a series of technical infrastructure memos that have been prepared for the technical areas of drainage, water, wastewater, and transportation, which is the subject tonight. And they will help to identify the infrastructure needs to supplement the infrastructure investment plan that we already have and how that accommodates the growth going forward.
Thank you, Ms. Miller. And even accounting that those growth targets were still projected to hit $40-ish million of a gap. And I know a lot of that is attributed to the growth, not the renewal, but we're still expected to hit that in the late 2020s and 2030s. Even taking
So I think that's probably a Ms. Oakley question. Go ahead, Ms. Oakley.
Perfect. Ms. Oakley?
Sorry, Councillor Morales, would you mind repeating the question?
Perfect. Yeah, for sure. Sorry, my internet is, my dad is lagging right now. Thank you. So Ms. Oakley, based on what I asked Ms. Miller was, are we going to link our projected growth from the OP to our infrastructure gap? And we're linking that, and we're going to get obviously data. We have to do that. We're mandated by the province. So even while doing that, our infrastructure gap forecasts are still in the $40+ million a year. Is that correct?
Through your, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, the infrastructure gap, the projected gap of the $48-ish million per year is based on what we believe will happen for the growth out to in the last set of master plans.
Okay.
We haven't done that analysis, so I can't tell you what it would be to the 2051. But per Ms. Miller's comments, again, once we've finished the OP, there's a financial component to the OP. It's very high level, but we will be able to take that information once that's completed, and we'll be able to work it through a lot more of this detailed analysis, and then the number will probably be different. But right now, we're projecting correct that gap.
Okay, perfect. And the reason I'm really taking so much time, this is an important issue. This is going to be such a significant amount, even with growth. As we hear from residents, you're growing too fast, you're growing too much. Even with that growth, and your number, as you said, the number is going to adjust. We're still going to be, and $40 million, just for anybody watching at home, that's not like our total debt or what we owe to make infrastructure better. That's our yearly gap. That is once we don't hit that, there's still a gap next year, and then we never really addressed the gap previous year, and now our infrastructure might fail at a more expensive, faster rate. So this is very problematic. Everything in this report to me, Ms. Oakley, and obviously I guess you have to provide a technical opinion, not a strategic or a counselor opinion, but everything in this report points to the fact that we need to grow a lot more, and in terms of density. So as Mr. Prowse was talking about, when we put a pipe in to service some annex land, when we front load that, when we ask developers to pay a little bit more, when those subdivisions take a while to build out and then be assumed by the city, a condo is just total different ballgame. A building of 10 stories, 20 stories, maybe in existing land, that's more money now or sooner at least. And that really might actually put a dent into this. So I'm just, I'm saying we need to grow more, period. But it's not a desire. The numbers are showing it. We will literally go bankrupt. This is the biggest crisis facing the city of Barrie over the next decades. And B, the new OP that we're so excited about, its benchmarks, its targets, I want, this number should be zero. This is a business math problem. How many more units do you need to expect to have projection of growth for that gap to be zero? This is a break even. This is a very linear algebra or very basic parabola problem. Exactly. And that number should be zero, at least targeted and calculated for zero. Otherwise, we're willfully allowing our infrastructure to become insurmountable. So I guess the question to you is, from a technical perspective, would you say that short of hoping somebody invests a concrete that never breaks, which is technology innovation, would it be fair to say that the besides raising property taxes, would it be fair to say that the most controllable thing we can do is increase density targets substantially in order to get that infrastructure gap as close as we can to zero?
Ms. Oakley, and then Ms. Miller.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales. Certainly, we understand that more dense development costs less to service from an infrastructure perspective. And then the other thing I just wanted to flag is that the asset management plan really focuses on the needs and the expenditure side, but doesn't focus on the revenue side. And so we have a whole DC background study process that does facilitate the collection of revenues to pay for growth. And we have a lag right now because of the slowed pace of growth. And it's not 100% recoverable, but it is a significant amount. And I would let Ms. Miller or Mr. Miller speak to that further if they're interested.
Ms. Miller.
If I can, through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Morales, I do think that we need to have this conversation as part of the OP work and the MCR work. I think as CAO Prowse had indicated, while there is a gap showing in the transportation asset management plan today, it's not a static process, it's dynamic, and we need to continue to allow that process to unfold. And that gap that is currently showing will eventually diminish as the revenue side on the development does increase and closes that gap. It is not projected to happen that way for forever. And there is a technical analysis that needs to happen, and we're happy to go over that with council when the time comes to review those technical memos as part of the approval of the OP and answer some of the revenue as well as the expenditure side when you're making some decisions with respect to growth and density and development.
Perfect. And
so Councillor Morales, I'm
just
going to ask you to keep it to one more question. You asked at the beginning. We will have a staff report to discuss later. We do have a lot on the agenda, and we do have others who want to ask questions on the presentation. So maybe one more on the presentation, and we can pick up your thoughts later. This is a very, very important issue. So go ahead.
Perfect. Thank you. I was actually going to say it's my last one. So thank you for keeping me to that. Mr. Prowse, based on Ms. Miller's comments on this one, I've been asking some form of flavor of this question. I was trying to pull it up with media articles, likely since about 2017, 2018. So I'm glad to hear that we're going to get those studies. They're going to be linked to what Ms. Oakley's talking about. Ms. Oakley made a great point. Once those assets come on board, they're going to be paying property taxes. So the trickle is going to be smaller, but it's going to be consistent. So that's important. However, this is my 7th year. I think I've been asking this question for minimum 2.5 years, possibly 3.5, 4. So do we have an idea, and it can even be a quarter range, like Q1, Q2 of a certain year. Do we have an idea as to when all these studies and data are going to be magically linked, and council is going to get very important and complex information? But for the purpose of my question, I'm going to summarize it. Council, these are your numbers. This is your gaps based on all available data, as far as we're able to project, and your options to getting to zero, as if this was a school problem, are this, this, and this. And that way we can understand the gravity, the materiality of our decisions, because right now, again, as I said, I've been asking this question consistently for just under half my time on council. And I'm glad that we're taking the steps to get there. No blame whatsoever, but I want an answer soon, because this is definitely not a problem that any Barrie resident or future council can ignore for decades, because it's a make it or break it.
CEO Press, want to crack at that?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you to Councilor Morales. Councilor Morales, I'm not entirely sure I understand the question, but I think what you're trying to ask is, are we going to get to the point where we can give you one number?
When are we going to get to the point where council knows the amount of changes it needs to do on its property tax base or its growth targets, aka building more units, in order to get to a sustainable infrastructure gap level, which is ideally, and the target should be 0?
So thank you for the question, Councilor Morales. I think the answer is more complicated than a sentence or two, but the reality is we are today closer to giving council that information on a much more regular basis. The information you get is much more dynamic, as I think Ms. Miller pointed out. It changes from quarter to quarter. So are we going to get to the point where we can point to one number on a tote board and that's the number? Probably not, because by the time that number went up on the board, it would be stale dated. Our intent is to give council regular updates on this, as we have started to do, to make sure that the information is out there. As Ms. Oakley walked you through tonight, where are the funding gaps, what are creating them, and what's the plan to get closure on those gaps. So it is an iterative process. There's no question. I'm not sure if we're going to get to one number on a tote board, if that's sort of what you're envisioning, but we are certainly giving council more updates today than we ever have in the past, to help them have clarity around where the opportunities lay, so that they have that information when they make their decisions.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Thanks, Councilor Morales. Councilor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Councilor Morales actually got to quite a few of my questions, which was great. My question, I guess, is for Miss James Reed. And I'm just putting myself in the shoes of someone who's watching, who is a resident or maybe a future resident of Barrie, and they hear these massive numbers and they think, okay, this means that our taxes are going up, or most likely going up, or we are moving into a city that is just filled with massive density. So, or both, a combination of both. And again, I get it that it is it's a dynamic situation and things change daily. But what kind of information has been put out to the public that this is something that we are facing in a way of, I don't know how to explain this properly, but as a city councillor, and I'm sure a lot of my fellow city councillors get these questions all the time, is our taxes are too high and the density is just too much. But the fact is, this is the city of Barrie, and we have massive targets to meet that are put forward by the province that we have to get to by 2051. Maybe I'm just brainstorming out loud too, that maybe there's just some way, maybe you've already done this. I try to follow the Twitter page as much as possible, but I feel it's something that we can maybe even use as city council to refer to if there's some kind of a document or memo or information out there to really you're the magic person to do this, because we have hundreds and hundreds of pages of a report, but the funding gap needs to be told in a way that all of the city can understand, and how going forward, we don't really have an answer quite yet, but this is what the province has put before us. And now what can we anticipate? And maybe that will help people make decisions in the future.
Ms. James Reed.
Thank you for your question, Councillor Harris. Certainly in the past, we have done a variety of communications efforts at many years ago as we entered and council introduced the infrastructure levy. So there is a lot of information on our website. We do mail outs with after every budget, we do a mail out. But moving forward, we are working very closely with Ms. Oakley and Ms. Miller and their teams to do a comprehensive communications plan as part of this project. Certainly, the first step is to come to council and to get your approval on that. And then we are working very closely with them. So there will be more to come. And I totally agree with you. It's a very complex issue and we need to make it more simplified for people. And we do have lots of tools, as you know, that we can do that in terms of our videos and information on our website and a lot more than just social media. So we will be working on that. And I'd be happy to share that with you once it's fully developed.
That's great news. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thanks, Ms. Oakley. It was quite a detailed report, and I know nobody can ever have a crystal ball 20 years out, let alone sometimes even 20 days out. But in looking around at similar sized municipalities, would I be safe in assuming, from what I can see anyway, that other municipalities of a similar size that are struggling with growth have this same particular issue?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harvey. It's tricky to find a comparator municipality for the city of Barrie that's single tier, so has all of the different services and has a population size, but also is growing like we are. I would say on the renewal side, it's very common. Every municipality has an infrastructure gap on the renewal side, and because of the way that development charges are structured and not allowing for that 100% recovery of growth, but also the different payment timelines that various municipalities have in place from when the DCs are actually received by the municipality, when the infrastructure needs to get built. I believe that other municipalities probably also struggle with the same sort of cash flow issue.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to highlight that because I know the beginning of this was a bit of a scary conversation, and I just want the residents to know this isn't a single issue that only Barrie is dealing with, and obviously this is going to be, and actually CAO Prowse actually highlighted it just a little while ago, that this is going to be fluid. Nothing's going to be a stagnant number here, just like we've seen with the annex lands over the years. Like, I mean, they're probably 7 to 10 years behind where anyone anticipated when the first discussions were occurring around the annex land. So I'm comfortable with what I see, and obviously there's another report here that shows how well staff have done in saving millions upon millions of dollars. So I'm not quite as scared as some of my colleagues might be, but I do congratulate staff with the work that they're continuing to do on this.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Any other questions on the presentation? We will get to the staff report a little bit later. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Yeah, mine are actually a bit on the staff report, but I figured I might as well ask a question now. And that's just, first of all, paragraph 17, just a little more clarification on what that means. The planned expenditure, it just talks about the renewal funds is that averages $5 million a year relative to renewal needs. And then it says for growth and upgrade related needs, the funding gap is more substantial at an average of 41.9 million per year. Just explain that again, what the difference is between those two figures.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward. So the 5.8 million is for replacement or repair of our existing infrastructure. So that would be things like our road resurfacing program or replacing streetlights or traffic signals when they reach end of life. And then the larger number, the $40+ million, is for things like road widening, new sidewalks, new cycling lanes, building roads where they don't currently exist if they're not being built for us by developers.
Okay. And I take it the difference there would be a lot of those costs will be paid through development charges. Is that true?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward, correct. The majority of the growth and upgrade costs would be paid for by development charges, depending on the specific location. Some roads are, upwards of 90% DC eligible, and others are lower, depending on where they're located and the benefits to existing.
Okay, and my other question was actually in the report itself, and I'm just trying to find it. It was page 37, I know, and it's a long report, so it's taking me a second to get there. And sorry. It's at the bottom where it talks about the cost comparison between life cycle activities. Maybe just in layman's term, explain about the difference between level 1 preservation and level 2 preservation, when one is done and when the other is done.
Sure, through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward. So when a road is built, it has a granular base and then several layers of asphalt on top. And level 2, the way that we've referred to it in this table on page 37, level 2 is removing all of the asphalt so that just the granular base remains and replacing all of the asphalt again with multiple layers. Whereas a partial depth would be just shaving off a portion of that asphalt depth and then putting maybe a single lift on top. So the difference in situation, you would choose to do one versus the other depending on the condition of the road and how deteriorated the asphalt was. If the cracking was through multiple layers, you would have to go deeper in order, and if you wanted it to last longer, then you would have to go and do a deeper dive into the asphalt.
Okay, and I think from the previous paragraph, the reconstruction costs, which are astounding, that doesn't include the pipes under the road. That's just for the road itself?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Deputy Mayor Ward, correct. That's the reconstruction costs. So all of the pavement and the granular base, and then below that you would have the pipes.
Okay, I really appreciate that table in there because all the time councillors get asked if when we spend $20,000 on something, they say, why don't you use that money to fix my road? And it's really good to have these figures to show them what the actual cost of repairing that road would be. So thank you very much for the presentation and the fascinating report.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Any other questions? We will get to the staff report. Ms. Oakley, I just had one. So using the pavement condition index, which is probably, the most common concern expressed to members of council is the condition of roads. Is this the amount of money that you calculate is required to get to us, the standard we want to be at? Is that standard, like a pavement condition index of 100 or perfect, or is it 90 or mostly perfect, or 80, or how? Because we're at 75 citywide today. Is the projected amount that you believe council should be spending, would that gradually improve the overall condition of the city's roads, or is that just to keep it where we are today?
Thank you for the question, Mayor Lehman. That's to achieve our existing service level. So that right now our average road condition is 75. For our next set of asset management plans, which are required for 2025, we are required to actually identify the funding associated with our proposed level of service. And so right now we're just documenting what we're doing today and the existing, and then through that next asset management plan work, we will look at scenarios for if we wanted to change that level of service and whether we would like to increase or decrease and what that would look like.
Okay, so today Barrie's roads look like a 75, and if we wanted, because we felt it was enough of a priority, to improve that to an 80 overall, presumably by getting rid of some of the worst ones and replacing them with nice new smooth conditions, that would be a higher level of service, and that annual spend would be above even what you are saying right now we're not hitting.
Mayor Lehman, yes. In fact, even the numbers that are in here are based on the phasing in of increased budgets in our capital plan, as opposed to just jumping from a $2 million resurfacing program to a $10 million resurfacing program in 1 year. And so, certainly we would expect that if you would like to increase the service level in the future, that the cost would go up.
Hence the DERF. Okay, which we'll come back to, I'm sure, later. Okay, thank you very much. And I appreciate so many members of council asking questions. I mean, if you're running a city, this is one of the most important issues. There's lots on tonight's agenda, but certainly this is a key issue for all of us interested in running, a good organization going forward and managing something that affects every corner of the city of Barrie. So we'll be back to this in a minute. Thank you, Ms. Oakley, for your presentation. And with that, we'll now get into the deferred business. Now, before we do that, members of General Committee, it's 8 o'clock now. We have 7 items. I imagine they're all going to have, I think there's been about a dozen amendments already circulated for tonight. So it will be quite a task for us to get through as a group of 11 people, just the 7 items that have been held tonight. So what I am going to do is try and move us towards debate and votes on the amendments as they're put forward. It's not to cut off debate or prevent any questions, but if I jump in and tell you we need to get to the point, that's why. Please, none of you be insulted, but I am going to try and move us to votes and move us through this agenda so that we can do the business of the city and maybe even finish the agenda tonight. But we do need to start with 3 items that we didn't get to last week. And the first one is very important as well, and that's the business plan and budget directions. It was held by Councillor Aylwin. Go ahead, Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So I did introduce an amendment last time, and I'm going to introduce it here as well. Would you like me to read it or no?
That'd be a great way to start. So it was on the floor when we adjourned the last meeting, but if you could just read it again to refresh us. Thanks, Councillor Aylwin.
Sure. So it's to delete A from paragraph 2, add the following as paragraphs 3 and 4, and renumber the motion paragraphs accordingly. So 3 would read that correspondence be sent to the Barrie Police Services Board from the Treasurer requesting the provision of a 2022 budget request that is a minimum of 10% lower than the 2021 net municipal tax funding provided to Barrie Police Service in the 2021 approved budget, as well as a line-by-line accounting of their 2022 budget request. 4, that city staff be directed to consult with the Anti-Racism Task Force, the Affordable Housing Task Force, the County of SIMCOE, as well as the broader community if feasible, and report back to General Committee as part of the 2022 business plan and budget process regarding expenditures that could enhance resiliency in marginalized communities through the reallocation of the 10% reduction in the Barrie Police Services budget as described in paragraph 3, including but not limited to potential investments in community-led alternatives to policing and the criminal justice system, anti-racism education, affordable housing, social and community services, skills training and employment counseling, and food security. You're on mute.
Just before you speak to that, Councillor Natalie Harris and Councillor Gary Harvey, go ahead.
Thank you, Mary Lehman. I just want to declare that I, according to the Integrity Commissioner, don't have a pecuniary interest, but should still withdraw myself from this conversation and vote.
Okay, Madam Clerk, is Councillor Harris's potential interest? Oh, you know what? We should separate this, so we're only dealing with the amendment on the police budget. So, Councillor Aylwin, sorry, I allowed you to put that on the floor. You just withdraw that for a moment, and we'll just deal with separating the matter.
Sure.
I won't make you read it again. Okay, so members of General Committee, if somebody could move that we separate the police budget from the rest of the item here. Councillor Kungle, seconded by Councillor Riepma. Any discussion? Seeing none, those in favor of separating the police budget item? Any opposed? None. That carries. Okay, we can deal with them separately now. Councillor Aylwin, your amendment back on the floor. Thank you. Councillor Natalie Harris, thank you. Madam Clerk, has Councillor Harris's potential interest been recorded?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it has.
Thank you. Councillor Gary Harvey, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Worship. In order to meet my legislative requirements under Section 17, Sub 3 of the Police Services Act, I will not participate in this discussion or the vote on this matter.
Thank you for that. Madam Clerk, has Councillor Gary Harvey's conflict been recorded? Interest been recorded?
Yes, Mayor Lehman, it has.
Thank you very much. Okay, let's move on with the discussion of the amendment. Councillor Aylwin, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I did speak to it last time, so all I'll say is that the things that create safety in our communities are the things that create strong people, strong families, and strong communities, and that's social services, and that's that list that was at the end of the motion. So I hope we can have this report back for the budget discussions in the early winter.
Okay, thank you very much. Mute button's sticky tonight. On the amendment, members of General Committee. Okay. Oh, Councillor Kungle, go ahead.
Sure. So I do want to thank Councillor Ullman for putting this forward. I will give a rationale a little bit high level for why I will not support it. I'm not aligned to the 10% as an amount, and do feel a little bit prescriptive about what we are asking that 10% to be directed towards before we have information. So we could inadvertently miss an opportunity there. I would be aligned to still continuing to ask how work around that community wellness and safety plan is being supported through their budget, and starting engagement at that level, and then looking to see if that can help to inform where we might land around any type of change to a budget amount. So I just wanted to frame that because I think the conversation is good to move forward, but I'm not comfortable supporting the 10% or the direction.
Thanks, Councillor Kungle. Other comments on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, I'll just say I tend to agree with Councillor Kungle. We just had the community safety and well-being plan here at council, and it's interesting actually, Councillor Owen, because paragraph 4 is something that if it was not specifying a 10% reduction in the Barrie Police Services budget is probably something I would support, and is entirely in line with the community safety and well-being plan. In fact, the organizations you mentioned are specifically called out in a number of the action items in the community safety and well-being plan. My view on this all the way along has been you cannot reduce the funding to the police service, a budget which is 97% people, without expecting a substantial reduction in the number of people. And until the alternatives are there in place, then we will have a gap. We will not have the resources available in the community to respond to these types of calls. And I would also want to note, because I know there's a lot of interest, even within our police service, in what's going on this front. And I do want to mention a few things. As Councillor Thompson, I think, has reported previously in some of our discussions on to General Committee, the service itself has an alternative service delivery review underway, a systemic review underway. There is the Community Safety Wellbeing Plan, which was just approved, of course, by Council. I think members of the General Committee are aware of the work that my office is trying to lead with the Health Accord, including a number of the partners identified here and in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Plan. And, to jump to what does all this actually mean? Investments in supportive housing, in alternative response for mental health calls are just the starting point for where we can start to allow the police the ability to focus on crime and crime reduction, more than all the other things that they have been forced to do by the absence of alternative services. And ultimately, I do believe we want to get there, and so do the police, but I can't support this until the work is done. The work needs to be done to build that capacity in the community. So I won't be supporting the amendment. Councillor Owen?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I did just want to thank yourself and Councillor Kungle for those comments, and all of Council as well, because I realize it might be frustrating to be discussing this issue yet again, knowing the likely outcome. But I think it's still a really critical conversation for our community to have. And I hope we will see at budget time some of those moves to build up those services, because I agree we should be building up those services. I did move a motion to do that independent of a cut to the police budget at our last budget time, and unfortunately it didn't get the support. So I'm willing to work with all of you to build up those services, and I'm happy to hear that there's an appetite around the table to do that as well. So thank you.
Okay, thank you. I will call the question on the amendment that's on the floor. Those in favor, please indicate. Opposed? Okay, that amendment is defeated. Councillor Kungle, I believe you have an amendment.
Thank you, Worship. I believe it might be Councillor Rietma.
Oh, okay. Councillor Rietma, go ahead. Nope, you're on mute, Councillor Rietma.
Sorry. Yes, I have an amendment, and I will heed your request to be brief. The amendment was circulated earlier on today, and it reads as follows: that Section 8 be added, that correspondence be sent to the Barrie Police Services Board requesting that it prepare a budget with a 0% increase, and that the board identify how the funds that would have been any potential budget increase over 2021 could be used to address the root causes of crime. And I can speak to that very briefly. I voted no for a reduction in 10% because I think that would be disruptive and it wouldn't achieve what we're looking to do. Last year, we asked all of our service providers to limit their budget increase request to 2%. And almost all of them did that, except the police service, which came back at 2.65%, which is 30% higher than we had asked them to come back at. And you know that last year, overall, we charged an increase in our tax rate of 0.92%. So the police service got a outsized proportion of the increase last year. And I think it is not out of place to ask them to come back as an alternative. This is not a demand that, you know, the main motion says come back with a budget of 2%. This amendment asks for an alternative budget at 0% so that we can have a look at what is it exactly that we would be not doing in our police budget. And the motion goes further to say that can we have a look at what that money would actually get us in alternative services that would be orientated towards getting at the root causes of crime. Mr. Mayor, a really smart guy one time told me that crime starts in the cradle. And, you know, I kind of think that he's right, and it may even start before that. And I think that if we are to get to the root causes, I don't think we can sort of dismantle the police service that we have now, but we need to at some point start to redirect. And that's where this motion is driving at. What I'd like to see is, all right, stick with the budget that you have this year because you did get a little extra money last year. And then let's have a look at what is actually what could we use that additional money for? So I think that our police service being in the $50 million range out of a $300 million budget, I think in the long term, that's just not sustainable. And I think we need to start to look at directing it somewhat differently. So that's what this motion actually requests. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Riepma. Councillor Thompson.
Thank you. Thanks, Mayor Lehman. To the mover of the motion, just for some clarity, the health unit, the library, and the county were all higher increases than the suggested 1.95 last year. It wasn't just the police. Did you think when you moved this amendment to include the county, the library, Lake SIMCOE, Conservation, Nottawasaga, SIMCOE, Muskoka Health Unit, like to hold them all to a zero or just the police?
You know what? I would like to hold them all to zero because it would save our taxpayers money, but I'm not sure that that's a realistic option. So I don't want to put that burden on everybody. And this one is not about necessarily saving money, because I'm not saying that in the end we won't approve a 2% increase for the police. I just want to see what those 2%, how could we spend it differently? And that's the purpose of this amendment.
And thank you, Councillor Riepma. And just actually for that answer, that's where I have the trouble. I think this has become political, just the police all the time. And sitting on the board, I see the actual challenges we have with a growing municipality and actually the hard work. And I think this discussion actually hurts the police force because of the work they are trying to do to build the foundations for a better model. And, you know, and I just don't understand why we always got to find a way to spend money. Like if we're going to save the budget, go zero across the board and let's give it back to the taxpayer. So I will not be supporting this amendment. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. I have Councillor Kungl and then Councillor Allen.
Thank you, Your Worship. And I guess I'll make reference to, your later comment, Councillor Riepma, not to hold you to it in any means, but it really resonated with me about, wanting to hear about opportunities around where funding could go. I'm quite keen to give the police services an opportunity to speak to coming to the table without a constraint on percentage around their ask. That's true for them. And how does that community safety and wellbeing plan fit into that around where they see they can fit? And so I would be supportive if we removed any aspect of actually dictating a percentage and focused in on asking them to actually, when they bring back the direction of their 2022 budget, identifying funding to enable the community safety and wellbeing plan. Because I do also appreciate that we have a Barrie police services that doesn't have a reserve, and we can't compare them to others like Toronto. And so I think it would be great to actually understand what they believe it would take to, one, operate, and then two, drive forward the plan, because maybe an ask will come forward that does facilitate enabling community safety and wellbeing initiatives. So I'm not sure if you would consider removing the 0%, but I won't be supporting it as worded.
Okay, thanks very much, Councillor Kungl.
Mr. Mayor,
So go ahead, Councillor Riepma.
if I can respond, I'm reluctant to remove the 0%, and the reason is that I think we need to give some direction, and we have this. We're expecting to get something back at 0, and we're expecting to get something back at 2, and then we can see what the differences are, and I think that's useful.
Thanks, Councillor Riepma. Just a couple of comments while we're in the midst of this, because I think there's a couple important pieces here. Actually, first of all, Councillor Riepma, thank you for this amendment. It actually really is quite thoughtful and thought-provoking to sort of tackle it in this way. A question for you. If the police service came back and hypothetically came back and said, well, here's our 3% budget increase, and let's not focus on the number so much, but if the full spend between 0 and 3 was demonstrated to be solely on initiatives that targeted the root cause of crime, that would be consistent with the direction should your amendment pass. Is that correct? So if the police force came back, for example, and said, all of our investment here is going to be in areas of policing that we believe target root causes, that would be consistent?
Mr. Mayor, to answer your question, absolutely. I'm looking to drive the police budget in a direction that deals with root causes of crime. And if we can get there with 0 or 2 or 3, I'm good with that. I just wanted us to be able to see that and maybe move the needle in that kind of direction.
Okay. That's interesting. I guess one other piece of information I just want to remind General Committee of, because it's a math thing, but it's really important when we talk about the service partner budgets. So if you open up your budget binder, you will find that most city departments have a year-over-year cost increase well in excess of what our tax increase ultimately is, and well in excess of the budget direction. So when you just look at, for example, how much the fire department spends year over year, or the parks department, you'll often see a 4, 5, 6% increase. The reason for that is the total is growth plus inflation. So the city's population grows by 2%, or the population of the number of parks in Barrie. We have 130 some odd parks in Barrie. You add another 3 or 4 to the mix, you're adding 2% more parks. And then on top of that, it costs the parks department, say 2% more because of the inflation. That's a total of 4. So growth plus inflation. When we do the service partner budgets, they're faced with the same circumstance, but we don't see that as openly, because the service partner budgets are presented as an absolute number. Last year they got 50 million. Now they're asking for 52. That's a 4% increase. But it's the same issue. They have to police a growing city, or in the library's case, provide libraries for a growing city, whatever, and deal with whatever cost inflation they've got. So to hit zero, and my point in this is to hit zero, you have to say, we're not going to respond to growth and we're going to have zero inflation. Our costs are going to freeze and we're not going to add any complement to respect for the fact that the city is growing. This is why you've often heard me talk about the challenge of with a growing population, when you target a zero number. This is also why we end up delivering tax increases that are way below those year-over-year cost increases, whether it's the police department at 2.6, but the tax increase was 0.9, or the library comes in at 7%, as I think they started last year, but we end up with a 0.9% tax increase. It's because there's growth-related revenue that comes in that doesn't get subtracted. So the police can't come to us and say, we're asking for a 4% increase, but by the way, there's taxable assessment, which we should get a quarter of, that brings that 4% down to 2. Every other city department is able to do that globally because we present the budget as a whole for those departments. And I'm not picking on our own departments. They do an excellent job of cost containment. And there are, legitimate questions around the single largest departmental budget that we fund, which is the police. But because the way each of the service partner budgets are presented, they don't present a minus X in assessment growth, which is essentially the growth-related revenue that they are responding to in their service increase. So I just wanted to make that point, because when we talk about a 0 for a service partner or a 2 for a service partner, it's a little different than when we're talking about the same numbers for our global budget. Councillor Aylwin, I have you next.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I think I did see Councillor Jim Harris indicate, and I just wanted to give him a chance. No?
He's next.
Okay, thank you. I'm glad we're having this conversation. I think the important point to note, there's a big difference between the police service and library, the city itself, the County of Simcoe Social Services, and the Muskoka District Health Unit. The reason that the police budget is I guess you could say, the target here is because it's an inherently reactive service. And what we're trying to do by shifting the funding is to have a proactive model, and a library, a rec center, social services, social housing, and the health unit, when they're dealing with early childhood experiences, those are the preventative measures that we talk about and that we want to see more of. So I don't think we can compare, if you want to see this cut with the police, you have to see the cut with the others, because we're wanting to invest more in that prevention, because it not only can prevent crime, but it can also save us in the long run. So I think that's the difference here. And I think that's the heart of the conversation, that we want to get away from the reactive nature of policing. And I don't think there's really such a thing as policing that gets at the root causes of crime. It's I haven't seen it. And the root causes of crime are a lack of community, a lack of social services, lack of housing, adverse childhood experiences. And I just don't believe that policing can accomplish getting at those things alone. You need that full support system around someone to have that prevention in place. So I will support this motion, but I think that was an important piece to clarify in the conversation.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Owen. Councillor Jim Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I do appreciate the comments about the root causes of crime, and I do agree that that piece of this amendment, it really does do very little. A question maybe through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Rietma. We know what you want. I just was curious, how do you measure, what metrics do you measure police performance by?
I'm not sure that I've really turned my mind to answering that question, Councillor Harris, through you, Mayor Lehman. So I'm not sure how I would answer that. Okay,
well, thank you. I kind of wonder, because I'm thinking if we want to take something and alter it, reduce its funding, we should have an idea of what we're trying to measure it by. Because how's a change and improvement if we can't measure it? So I would start there. And I would just also, I think where we need to go with the conversation is not less police, but it should be a conversation about quality, not quantity. And we keep going into quantity of policing and not quality of policing. So I would suggest, I'd hope that our conversations going forward would really focus on what kind of qualitative measures can we add to our police services to make sure we can measure it in terms of it's doing better. Like for example, there's accreditation standards for police services. Wouldn't we want to encourage our police service board to look at those standards, maybe to add them to accreditation? There's a Canadian Police Accreditation Coalition, for example. So I think what we're doing here is we're trying to poke around the edges, not really get to the real issue, which is quality. So as much as I like the idea of spending less, and the asset management presentation showed us where we do have some issues with assets and funding and where we should put things in our primary function as a municipality, I'm concerned that, using the police budget to do other things, and in my experience, much of what we've got on the list are critically important, couldn't agree more, but they're covered by provincial ministries. They're the responsibility of provincial ministries that really should be doing more to fund, underfunded areas like children's mental health, like housing, like employment opportunities. So I think, we're kind of misguiding our direction. So, just one final comment. We want less policing. I'm not hearing that in Ward 8. I can tell you that very clearly. And if I looked at our agenda tonight, there's 5 items on the agenda that, if I understand correctly, all relate to policing. So speed reduction on Lakeshore, the landmark sign that needs some support if we have vandalism, speed limit on Penetang Road, fireworks bylaw amendment. Who's going to cover that late at night? Police, not bylaw. And concerns regarding car noise that's coming from the Lakeshore residents. So these are all police matters that are going to require more policing. And unfortunately, our residents are asking for more right now, not less. So I can't support the 0 with the idea of putting the money somewhere else. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Worship. And through you to Councillor Rietma, I'm just rereading the motion that was circulated. So as a point of clarity, I guess I'm reading it as it's not omitting or removing the ask that the Barrie Police bring forward a 2% budget. It's also adding a request that they also present an alternative at a 0%. And if I'm correct in how I'm reading that we'd be asking them to kind of show that comparator. And I would be aligned in that. At least I think it would be great from a conversation point, and may help to the public as we go through budget deliberations to understand the impact that potential change could have. So if that is the case, I'm in support of at least showing the difference between a 0 and a 2% alternative in the framing. I'll let you tell me if I'm correct or not, but as long as a 2% is still on the table for allowing them to highlight as the same ask as other service partners.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, that's exactly right. It's a comparator. Just want to see what a 0 looks like. And we may, as Mayor Lehman suggested, maybe we go up to 3%. But at least we'll have a look at it.
Okay, actually, I'll just clarify specifically because that's interesting, Councillor. It wasn't how I read the language. So I had understood this amendment to be direction, that Council was asking for only one budget scenario, and that would be a scenario that had a 0% increase plus commitment to the root causes of crime above that. So is this are you looking for the board to present more than one scenario, Councillor Rietma? Like, in addition to the board's approved, whatever in its wisdom it decides is the correct request, in addition, there would be a scenario provided at a 0 without the investment in the root causes of crime, and then the root cause of crime investment above that?
Mr. Mayor, you're absolutely right. There were a couple of words missing from the first draft as compared to the second draft. So I'm sorry about that. I did not pick that up. My request is with a 0. So I'll read the whole thing as it's supposed to be. That correspondence be sent to the Barrie Police Services Board requesting that it prepare a budget with a 0% increase as an alternative. And those words were in the my original draft, and then they got deleted, I guess. And that the board identify how the funds, and that carries on, would be used. So
Okay.
I'm asking it as an alternative, not as our final position.
Important distinction. Okay, thank you. So members of General Committee, if the amendment was to pass, it would be to request that as a budget scenario, if you will. Okay, further discussion on the amendment. Okay, seeing none, I will call the question on it. Those in favor of this amendment? And opposed? 1, 2, 3, 4, and I will break it. I'm opposed to this as the 0% increase number is in there, and as we were just talking about the math. So that amendment fails. I do believe there's a similar one to come, though. Councillor Kungl, were you going to introduce another one? Yes, go ahead.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. That we formally remove the Barrie Police Services from the list in Part 2 and add a new item. So this item would be the new item 3, and it would read as follows: that a letter from the treasurer identifying the 2022 budget directions target and a copy of the staff report EMT 003-21 be forwarded to the Barrie Police Service with direction that their 2022 budget identify funding to enable the community safety and well-being plan.
Okay, so the amendment on the floor would be to change the direction that's in the introduction of paragraph 2. So the Police Services Board would be asked specifically to identify the funding to enable the community safety well-being plan. Okay, on the amendment, go ahead, Councillor Kungl.
And I can speak to that. I think it at least gave the Barrie Police Services an opportunity to present how the budget that they will come forward does enable that plan and other constraints without being too directive, also knowing that there's only certain parameters we can be asking for certain items and how that comes back from the board. So at minimum, I wanted to make sure we didn't miss an opportunity for them to be specifically asked to highlight how they are incorporating that community safety and well-being plan into their 2022 budget.
Okay, thank you very much. On the amendment, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. Through you to the mover of the motion. Just some clarity. The community and well-being plan is actually the city's plan, which is legislated. It's not and I know that we've dedicated an officer to it as part of the board full-time. Are you just looking for other resources that we are sending? So basically a cost analysis of all the funds that are being sent to that plan through our service. Is that correct?
Yeah, through your worship to Councillor Thompson, really it was just enabling an opportunity for them to highlight how and which funding is received enables that plan, knowing that they're not the only owner and there'll be other resources needed, but how their programs and services will help to enable movement forward in 2022, and we can appreciate where the funds will enable that effort. I hope that answers your question. I wasn't going to be too directive, but I wanted just to make that invitation for them to be highlighting that aspect.
Thanks. Just a follow up to that. So this is actually just, this wouldn't be a budget direction because you're not looking to allocate any other funds, or so this is something that could be asked to the chief when budget presentation comes forward, pretty much, or the board could take it back, Mayor Lehman or myself, and ask the service to provide that to a memo, no?
So I guess I'll look to say if there's an alternative process available, I would welcome that. I just saw this as an opportunity to make sure that, as it's been a large part of the conversation too around community support services, safety and well-being, and the different opportunities coming out of that plan, that it would be nice to have the Barrie Police Services give voice to their intention around moving that forward. If there's a different process, by all means, but if it did come at the time of preparing that budget presentation, then there would be a heads up through this to say that it's expected that that is communicated in some way during the budget presentation.
Perfect. I couldn't see, no, I don't speak for the board. As a counselor, I would think that would be something that they would actually appreciate the opportunity, because I think it would highlight the excellent work that the service is doing and the dedication of the officers that are involved in that. So yeah, I would support this. Like I said, I just was a little bit confused that it wasn't a budget direction. It was more about information on everything the service is already doing. And it highlights it. So I think it's a great opportunity for the community to see all the hard work, and, you know, that the service is actually one of the driving forces behind this. So, thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Councillor Thompson, any other comments on the amendment? I'm going to support this as well. And to be frank, I wanted to support Councillor Riepma's amendment for the spirit of it. I think the second part of it, talking about root causes, is right on target. But I think, you know, my challenge is any budget scenario with a 0% increase, as I was trying to explain about the math, is a cut in police service to the community. And as I think Councillor Jim Harris rightly identified, there are a lot of pressures and residents in Barrie who want to see a higher level of service from the Barrie Police, and new pressures that are on the Barrie Police. And I also think that, you know, in a growing community, we need to keep up with growth. And as I said earlier, we need to invest in the alternative services before we can move budget over. But I actually am going to support this, both as a member of council and as a member of the police board. I think and I actually, I guess, Councillor Thompson, I see this as a little bit of budget direction, because I think Councillor Kungle is rightly saying a request that their budget identifies funding to enable the community safety well-being plan. So as a board member, should council pass this, you know, my interpretation of this would be that council has an interest in seeing that the Barrie Police Service budget does start to implement the community safety and well-being plan. And, you know, as that plan was just in front of General Committee, it is all about the root causes of crime. Now, I may differ in views from a couple of members of council, in that I've always felt that the Barrie Police are part of the solution in addressing the root cause of crime. Absolutely, it's a service model that's reactive like any other emergency service, and we're always going to need them to be on the other end of the phone. Unfortunately, as every service, you know, emergency service is, there will continue to be and always will be that need. But, you know, so much of what this service is now asked to do is not a criminal response. It's a non-criminal response. And, you know, just as an example, and this is one of the reasons why I'll support Councillor Kungle's amendment, you know, the Barrie Police Service is a national leader in intimate partner violence policing. They have just won their second award for innovation in the work that they are doing on intimate partner violence. And there are some tremendous leaders within the Barrie Police developing new approaches in conjunction with advocacy groups and others in responding to intimate partner violence. And, you know, there's a group at Cambridge University called the Evidence-Based Policing Program, who look at the root causes of crime. And unfortunately, one of the realities is one of the root causes of crime is victimization. People who are victims of crime are disproportionately likely later to become perpetrators of crime. And that is not to say in any way that all victims become criminals. But unfortunately, when you are victimized and there are not the proper supports around, it often can perpetuate the cycle and vice versa. And this is one of the reasons why I raise intimate partner violence. The perpetrators of intimate partner violence are demonstrated to become likely to perpetrate other types of crime. And so addressing that at the root, at the prevention stage, preventing intimate partner violence also prevents other kinds of crime. And there are many other examples of the ties between types of crime where policing work at the beginning to prevent the first crime, to identify the markers, the danger signs of impending intimate partner violence, for example, are ways to address further violence and further crime that is perpetrated by those same individuals when it goes unaddressed. So I think I've always felt that police services were part of the solution. They are not, they are far from the only solution. And I think Councillor Kungl characterized it exactly correctly, that there are multiple partners in our community safety well-being plan. It is a plan which was led by the police as it was developed to engage all of those resources in our community to eventually prevent the calls that they receive, or to help prevent the calls they receive, and in some cases to divert the reactionary calls they receive. But all that work needs to be done, and I like the idea that General Committee would provide direction to the police to say, show us how you're spending those funds, show us that you've thought about this in your budget request, and as a board member, I would take that seriously, and I think we would want to bring you back a budget that demonstrates that commitment should this pass. So I'll support it. And I'll call the question on the amendment. Those in favor of the amendment? Are any opposed? None. That carries. Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Other amendments on the budget plan and business directions. Is there anything more in the police budget? Okay, if not, Madam Clerk, just from a procedural point of view, we did separate the matters. I had a couple of amendments to the balance of the budget direction. Do we need to vote on the police budget part and then bring back the other members of council, or is it easier? Might be easier to do that now.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. So while Councillors Harvey and Harris are offline, members of General Committee, any further comments on the specific, the police budget, the specific line in the motion that deals with the police service? Okay, that's what we are voting on, the direction that you have just passed by way of amendment, and the which is paragraph now 2 as amended with Councillor Kungl's amendment. She removed the police service from paragraph 2, and we've added a new paragraph with the direction that we just passed. Madam Clerk, is that what we're voting on? Is there anything else that we're voting on relevant to the police service?
No, Mayor Lehman, it would just be to have the correspondence sent by the treasurer.
Yeah.
That would be the only paragraph, and it would be just paragraph 1, because it will be a separated section in the minutes.
Okay. All right, so basically we're just voting on the amendment again, since we've separated it. Any further comments? Seeing none, those in favor of the item? Are any opposed? None. That carries. Thank you very much, members of General Committee. Okay, on the balance of the budget and business plan, Councillors Harris and Harvey, you can come on back in as we'll deal with the rest of it. Are there amendments to the balance of the budget directions? I do have 2, so I'm just going to ask Deputy Mayor Ward to chair this portion of the meeting.
Okay, thank you. Mayor Lehman.
Okay, these were circulated ahead of the meeting. They're both informational. Sorry, one's informational, the other one's direction. So the first one is as follows: a new paragraph that staff in the Finance Department report back to the Finance and Corporate Services Committee with a breakdown of capital contributions by the City of Barrie to the County of Simcoe over the past 5 years, and the currently forecast capital requests by the county for the next 5 years, with specific identification of contributions by the city to county housing projects and the location of those projects. And I'll speak to it, but only briefly, if I might.
Sure. Sorry, do I have to repeat that?
Only if people didn't get it.
I think we all got a copy of it. So, okay, go ahead, Mayor Lehman.
Okay, thanks. Yeah, this is fairly straightforward. I think we have had a lot of interest around how the city spends money on the affordable housing file. We do that by and large through the county. They have been much more active, so those requests have got a lot bigger in recent years. And I just think it's time to take a look at what's happened and where we're going to really provide context for our own decisions around housing investment. And I think it makes sense to do that at budget time. So this is direction for that information to come with the budget information.
Okay, thank you. Any comments or questions? Councillor Harvey?
Yeah, I just want to thank Mayor Lehman for bringing this forward, because I know this has been an ongoing issue that we've talked about on a few occasions, where it definitely appears over the last number of years we've been paying significant dollars for social housing. However, we've been seeing the majority of the builds in our bordering communities with some real significant ones in Collingwood and Aurelia most recently. So I'm glad to see that this is going to come forward, and I'd be interested to see what their answer is going to be.
Thank you. Councillor Morales, did you want to speak?
Very quickly, Deputy Mayor Ward, Councillor Harvey covered the points I was going to say. The only thing I would say is if this comes back in time for this council, or if it's for the next council, whatever decision makers are there, we're going to really have to negotiate on behalf of Barrie residents for this. Negotiate respectfully, negotiate appropriately with the county to make sure that the money that we're paying to the county is servicing and providing value for Barrie residents. So that's, I remember during budget time, I asked various questions to the county representatives. So I hope that when we get that data back, we use it appropriately to be able to better provide housing for our residents on the entire spectrum of housing.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Then I will call up Councillor Kungle.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor Ward, to Mayor Lehman. So as we're having the conversation about those capital components that kind of tie to housing in that, and also respecting that we've got a formal service agreement with the County of Simcoe that does tie into other things we pay for, like our long-term care home contributions and otherwise, do you see that as also being part of a summary that would be good to have, or it'll just kind of fall through the budget process this coming year? Sometimes it's tucked away a little bit under the County of Simcoe conversations, and those of us representing the city hear about it or see it, but I don't think it has really, in my experience, come to council as a point of note that we're in this service agreement and that there are aspects tied to a formula that we are contributing in above and beyond housing.
Mayor Lehman, does that also include, for example, ambulance services? Is all capital contributions?
So thank you for that, Deputy Mayor Ward, and a great question, Councillor Kungle. Yes, I am looking for the data on all capital. It is provided by the county. They're quite transparent about that, and you can probably actually find this to some extent on the website. What you can't find is the individual projects. That tends to come forward as
on item.
Whoops, you're frozen, Mayor Lehman.
Oh.
Oops, there you're back.
Okay. So the project information on housing specifically, Councillor Kungle, and but yes, the fiscal reason I have for this is that our capital contributions have gone way up. They're also a lot more active. The county is doing a lot more in terms of capital projects in human services. But I do think it's time, given the amount of money that we're contributing as the largest funding partner in the county, that we make sure that our expectations are being met and that our priorities are reflected. And it's an imperfect governance system today. We have the 4 seats on Human Services Committee, but not on County Council. So to be frank, this is to help arm myself, yourself, Deputy Mayor Ward, Councillor Rima, a little better when we sit around that County Human Services table and say, you know, we had this discussion with all of Barrie City Council, and this is what we are looking for. And I think whether that's through changes to the service agreement in the future, or what I was aiming at really was more around the capital priorities.
Councillor Kungle?
That answers my question. Thank you. No further follow-up.
Okay, any other comments or questions? Guess I just had one then, Marilyn. I know it says with specific identification of contributions to county housing, but you also want to see the figures on the other other services as well that the county provides, capital costs? Did you want them on the ambulance hub, the emergency services campus, that sort of thing, or not?
I had just been looking for the housing pieces, but Deputy Mayor Ward, I'd take that as a friendly. If you want to replace the word housing with capital.
Well, I thought maybe you wanted them all with a specific identification of housing, but I think it's probably good to look at the overall picture of what we're paying to the county in capital. And one of the, just as an aside, perhaps when we get this report, it might be good to have our servicing agreement, a copy of it, the funding breakdown, because we provide funding on some things based on assessment, some of them based on population. That's important to know. So it's probably good to know when we get that back, how we're making that contribution. So that doesn't have to be part of this motion, but just if staff can include that when this comes forward. It'd be good to know.
Okay, tell you what, why don't we change the word housing? Instead of housing projects, we will say capital projects. which will give us the location of all the projects that we fund. So that'll include land ambulance, LTC, also archives and museum, and children and social services.
Right. I don't think we do much capital in those, but
No,
sure.
there's a bit.
Yep. Okay, everybody understand what the fourth? Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? It's carried. It's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Mayor Lehman, another amendment.
Yeah, my second one is as follows. It was circulated. That is part of the 2022 budget and business plan. Staff shift the focus of key performance indicators, KPIs, towards outcome metrics and away from volume or counting metrics, including outputs from the business intelligence component of the city's ERP, enterprise resource planning systems. And I can speak to that.
Okay. For the amendment, Mayor Lehman, would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, it's funny, Jim, Councillor Harris hit on this earlier tonight, I think in a previous discussion around, instead of counting to measure performance, we need to hit outcomes. And this is something that I know our CAO is passionate about making a change towards. Our previous CAO, in fact, was passionate about this as well. It was part of the reason ERP was recommended to council in the first place, because what we should be doing when we report to our community is, were we effective? Are our dollars effective in making a change and making an impact? Not how many dollars, not just how many dollars were spent or how many lanes of road were paved. So a great example is Ms. Oakley's presentation tonight. We can go to the public and say, we paved 150 kilometers of road this year. Isn't that great? And last year it was only 120. But the fact is, if we have another 1,000 kilometers of road because of growth, we're actually falling behind, and maybe the pavement condition index actually dropped by 1. PCI, pavement condition index, that's an outcome metric. That says, are you effective? The number of lane kilometers, that's counting. So that's good, but it's not anywhere near as important. And I think especially when it comes to services like policing, fire, from the county, the human services within our community, library, cultural events, economic development, are we effective is more important than how many times did we do something, and did we do it more times than we did it last year? Because, you can do twice as much of something. If you're not having any impact doing it, then it's not really a very effective thing to be measuring. So now I did chat about this briefly with the CAO today, and his comment, and I think he's right to say it, is this is kind of a cultural change within municipalities generally, and one that in the public sector generally that's very important. And it's important to a lot of people, important to a lot of leaders at all levels of government. But it takes time because you actually have to develop, in some cases, the capacity to go out and measure whether you're effective. And it can even cost something to go out and measure whether you're effective. But boy, whatever you spend on measuring whether you're effective, is it ever worth it? Because let's say we're spending $1 million delivering a service in a way that's not having the impact we think it is, and we go out and spend $10,000 to measure whether or not it's effective. That's the best $10,000 we're going to spend all year. So I'm really passionate about this one, and it may seem like a kind of a high level thing for the budget. It's not about tax rates or departmental budgets, but it's really critical in terms of how we report to the community, whether the way we spend the public's money is having an impact. And the more we can shift in this direction, I think the better we're going to be able to report to our residents on the effectiveness of their own tax dollars.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Any comments or questions? Councillor Natalie Harris, Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. I support this 100%. I think, long overdue, to be honest, without knowing all the technical things behind the scenes. I kind of thought we were doing this already. So I support this fully, and whatever cost it comes forward, because you're right, it will save money in the long run if we know what we're doing efficiently and effectively, for sure.
Thank you, Councillor Harris. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward. Mayor Lehman, does your amendment for outcome metrics, does that your KPIs for outcome metrics, does that include the infrastructure gap? You talked a bit about, obviously, in just some of your language in the last couple of minutes ago, about you may fix roads, that's great, but if you're adding to the responsibility list. I'm wondering if some of the concerns I had in the earlier presentation are addressed by your amendment.
Well, my view would be yes, that over, things like, I use the example of the pavement condition index, which is probably the biggest metric in the transportation asset management tonight. I think stormwater, I'll give you another great example. Liters of water diverted is a counting metric. Phosphorus levels in Lake Simcoe, there's an outcome metric. If we can say we're actually improving the health of the lake and demonstrate that hard metric, then we know our stormwater plan is working. I think but I think what you're talking about, Councillor Morales, is more around the fiscal side, and I'm not sure that's a KPI so much as a fiscal metric, but certainly the outcomes of the repair and renewal work is exactly what I'm looking for in the KPIs.
Different but linked. I appreciate it, Mayor Lehman. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Any other comments or questions? See none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? It looks like it's unanimous. Okay, Mayor Lehman, I'll turn the chair back to you.
Thank you very much. I think that's all the amendments that were circulated. Does anyone else wish to speak to the budget and business directions, business plan and budget directions report now as amended several times? The balance of it. Okay. I do this every year. I'll just note that this is the starting point in terms of council's discussion of a budget. No numbers that are in here ever survive the budget process, positive or negative, but it is critical early direction to our staff. And of course, 2022 will be hopefully a year where COVID has little impact on the city's budget, but we know 21 is certainly a year where we're going to have a fair amount of impact. So there's a lot of uncertainty yet to go. I think, though, this is a very important starting point, and there's a pile of work that our staff will now do even amid that uncertainty based on this direction. So with that, I'll call the question. Those in favor of the motion as amended? Any opposed? None. That's unanimous. Thank you very much, members of the General Committee. That goes forward to Council next week. Okay, the next item that was held by Councillor Harvey. It is the speed limit on Lakeshore Drive, the proposed motion to reduce the speed to 30 kilometers an hour. Councillor Harvey, do you want to put that on the floor and then speak to it, or put something else on the floor?
No, thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I'll put it on the floor as printed. And I'd just like to ask the mover of the motion what his rationale is behind this particular motion, as it is quite a dramatic decrease in speed, with it being going from 50 down to 30, along with his rationale as to why he is going to not request a staff report as is normal procedure as a general rule, and also to what type of data he has to be able to back up this request without a staff report.
Councillor
Thank you for those. Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank you, Councillor Harvey, for those questions. I appreciate the opportunity to talk about it. So first, you asked about the rationale. So certainly, it's the #1 complaint I get in Ward 2 is from people living in the condo buildings along Lakeshore Drive, worried about speeding, walking the waterfront daily, and having near misses with cars. And then on top of that, the noise levels of the cars along Lakeshore Drive. And in the email I sent earlier, I did link to a study that shows that a lower speed limit does reduce the noise level of the vehicle. Realizing that it's not a silver bullet solution to either of those issues around speeding and safety or noise pollution. It's one of the few tools available to us in our toolbox right now. So we've tried radar speed boards on Lakeshore Drive. They are effective, somewhat effective, and we just shuffle them around, and I try to make that stretch of Lakeshore a priority every year. Unfortunately, we can't put speed humps on Lakeshore, so that's one tool that we can't use here. We have talked as a city about, how do we address the noisy vehicles? We know the challenge is there. And I think this is one tool that we can use to help with that issue, even if it's just a little bit. In particular, with the condo buildings along the waterfront, the sound travels up the side of the condo buildings, and it almost gets amplified as it goes up the side of the buildings. Another rationale for this is that I believe that Lakeshore Drive should be a traffic calm street because its primary purpose is to access the recreational facilities along the waterfront, the beaches. If you are passing through, and I live downtown, and when I'm going that way, I never take Lakeshore because I know that Bradford Street is right beside it, and it's 4 lanes, and there's tons of space, and you can go faster, and it has the capacity to handle that traffic. So I don't think it would be a bad thing if we encourage more people to think about taking Bradford Street instead of Lakeshore when they're just passing through. When you're headed to the beaches, of course, use Lakeshore and use it as safely as possible. We also do know that, and I think we had this conversation when we talked about a speed limit reduction across the city, that the instances of fatalities or serious injuries, especially for vulnerable road users, is greatly reduced at 30 kilometers per hour. And there's a World Health Organization study that I believe I circulated at the time. I'd be happy to share with you again if you'd like. The rationale for no staff report, I think there's the demand there from the neighborhood, and there's the research to back up the change as well. As you saw from my email earlier, there were letters of support from some of the condo associations as well, representing hundreds of residents. And I think this is one way that we can show our support for that community and do something to address their major concern along the waterfront. We have made decisions on traffic issues without a staff report just recently, and I think we can do that here as well. And I think your last question was about the research itself. So if you like, I can follow up with those studies, but the email I did send earlier in particular had the one about the sound levels. And I think that's one of the most important pieces of this change, is that we're looking to have a reduction in the sound level. Again, it's not going to be the silver bullet. It's not going to, I don't want to make the impression it's going to be life-changing, but I think it is one tool in our toolbox that we should use.
Just a follow up, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, I can appreciate some of your concerns. I guess my big concern with this is not a new problem. This has been a problem across the city for the last few years. And really, if this was such a high priority, I truly don't understand why you didn't bring this forward sooner, so that way staff could do an appropriate traffic study, opposed to putting this on without a staff report. And when you're talking about diverting traffic, have you had any discussions about putting signage around about local traffic only to try and divert that traffic to the Bradford Road, where we do have 4 lanes of traffic, that it would be quicker for people that are not going into the beach area or in the heart of the downtown? I just think there's other things that we could be doing before we jump the gun and don't do our appropriate due diligence with this, and allow our traffic experts in our roads department to be able to analyze this particular stretch. Because, and it also definitely, again, I don't want to get into the whole policing issue, but it is very evident this is potentially an enforcement issue, opposed to necessarily, and a lot about the noise, because I'll be quite honest with you, I read all the letters that you sent out. Almost all of them, other than one, really honed in on the noise. And one particular gentleman even acknowledged the fact that this is probably not going to solve the issue. Unfortunately, it's like the late 80s again, where noisy mufflers are kind of the cool thing again. And obviously the Highway Traffic Act has its parameters there. However, you can't have a police officer everywhere to start catching everybody. I guess my next question would be for staff. and it's in regards to the data that would be available from the radar boards, because I know they have been along that stretch at least a few times since we enabled the radar board program dramatically in 2019. I was just wondering if Ms. Banfield would be able to speak to the numbers that the data that is available from these LED radar boards as to whether or not it would support a 20-kilometer-hour reduction in this area.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harvey. The 2019 Speed Data Board is not suggesting that the average in the summertime, the average speed was just a smidge over 42 kilometers per hour. The speed did get a bit higher in, say, the winter months, if you will, in the fall, closer to around 62 kilometers an hour. But that data, as we have right now, you know, as I said, just really confirms the additional volume of traffic in the summer and the impact that the volume has anyway on vehicle speeds. And it doesn't look like this data that's been collected would support the reduction at this point in time.
Great, thank you. The only thing I'm going to add is I have had discussions with the traffic sergeant just to get some background data over the last 5 years as to pedestrian-related collisions that would have occurred in and around this area, and there was only one that was able to be provided to me, and that was involving a cyclist in 2019. So along with that, and obviously the comments of Ms. Banfield right now, I just don't see that the motion is supported by the data that's ever apparent, and I'm quite confident that if a staff report was requested, that they would not recommend a reduction of 20 kilometers an hour. Now, maybe a 10-kilometer might come back from staff, but I think 20 is a dramatic decrease, especially without a staff report. And just to put some food to flavor on this one too, a few other things that could be thought of by the mover of the motion would be having staff look at this area as a community safety zone. So then fines could be doubled. The other option too is whenever the automated speed cameras are considered in the future, that this could potentially be a hotspot for one of those cameras. But in its present form, along with the data that is being presented to me, I just can't support bypassing the normal process without a staff report, especially when we're talking about a 20-kilometer-hour reduction. And dealing with a speed reduction is significantly different than dealing with adding a four-way stop to an intersection. Those are my comments. Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. Councillor Natalie Harris, I have you next.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I support this 100%, and I do understand where Councillor Harvey's coming from for sure. I'm a fan of data, and I know that's very important. However, I did live in one of the condos for a short period of time on Ellen Street, and the data I have from my ears and my brain is I moved because a major part of why I moved was because of the noise. I couldn't sit out on my balcony and enjoy the beautiful view of our lakeshore. I think it's a small stretch of the road that, again, maybe according to Ms. Banfield, her data, of course, is showing that we don't have a major problem right there anyways, but I think a sign of 30 is going to hopefully deter individuals who feel like what they'll do, even something that I've watched, is they'll hang back. And if they have a fancy car, fancy motorcycle, they hang back behind the traffic sometimes so that they can kind of go really fast and gun it and blare their mufflers. And it's not considerate. That's obviously not what anybody probably is wanting to listen to down by the parks and the beaches. There's other areas where you can go and celebrate the cars that you love and all that. But we have legislation that we need to follow with the Highway Traffic Act as well, and these are exceeding the decibels for sure on a lot of cases. So that is my data that I'm going with, and I know from residents that I live with in that building as well, it was a major concern, and so I think that this is okay and a great time to do it.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Back to you, Councillor Owen, and then I have Councillor Jim Harris and Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Yep.
I did just want to have the opportunity to answer Councillor Harvey's questions, particularly around have I considered some signage. Yes, that was actually the first thing that I was considering, was having some signage to try to direct people over to Bradford Street. And the thinking here was that it would be a similar cost, if not the same cost, as installing the signage for the reduction in the speed limit, with potentially a worse outcome. So that was the thinking behind that. Had I considered bringing it earlier, I had brought forward the motion about speed limits across the city, and we know how that went. So that's how this came to fruition. I was hoping we would have that investigation across the city, but that didn't come to fruition. So that's why we're here with this today, because this was a priority area in Ward 2 that is asking for this change. So thanks for the opportunity to answer those questions.
Thanks, Councillor and Councillor Jim Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, just that what I was going to mention, and Councillor Gillen just mentioned, we did pass an amendment, if I can recall correctly, maybe the clerk could help me, that we had directed staff to look at undertaking, reducing speed limits in certain areas related to collisions, injuries, type of measures. Is that correct? Maybe through you to the clerk? Was it April?
Through you, Mary Lehman, to Councillor Jim Harris. Yes, I believe we did. I did check the minutes and the direction memos earlier today, and there was a motion passed because Councillor Harvey had amended it to add something, a paragraph about access Barrie, doing some communication, or a survey, I should say.
Great. Yeah, thank you for that. So we do have something positive on the books related to reduction of speed. So I do appreciate that. Also, and I do understand the challenges with noise and the attraction that it seems to have for cars that are loud. And maybe sometimes like to go fast. I did forward an item for discussion. I think it was February, I've lost track, for Manette's Point to have a reduced speed zone considered for there. So, you know, I'm thinking, Councillor Aylwin, I'm not against the idea of doing some improvements on the lakeshore, but I'm wondering if this is just a little bit too much too soon, with respect. And I understand these are your residents, you're hearing these things. I'd also say, I don't know, again, I know Councillor Harris' experience living there is valuable. I'll say that as I drive that almost daily, heading across to Ferris Lane, it's a wonderful drive. But there's 5 stoplights between, including SIMCOE and TIFFIN, on that stretch, 1.7 kilometers with 5 active ways to get stopped. And what I find is the busier it is, the more you stop and the slower you go by default. So, and I also wondered, I know I was understanding that reduced speed zones in schools, depending on the street, have time limits. So knowing that our prime time as it relates to Lakeshore is really summer, beach time, weekends, those kind of things. If, again, with review, would similar, because wintertime, I don't find it very busy down there. And again, I work across town. It's not very bad. I ride my bike as well. I don't find it very busy depending on the season and the time of week. So maybe some, I mean, I think I support the idea of doing something on the lakeshore. But I wondered if it requires a little bit more finesse and time to get it right, such that there's seasonal requirements and there's a lot of elements that could be addressed to make this a really positive experience and fit well, as opposed to be a carte blanche 30, which might not fit for all times and all seasons. So I'll leave it at that, but thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Next, I have Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So I look at this issue as kind of like we need to address the root cause. And the big one with this one is the mufflers, as Councillor Harvey talked about, the changing consumer taste, desire to have a loud muffler, modification, et cetera, et cetera. And also just the very fact that slower speeds will not make an impact on this. And I just need members, I'm sure members of council reviewed the data Councillor Aylwin said, but I hope they also took a look at actual decibel output. The 20 kilometer speed reduction to 30 will not magically make decibel achieve an acceptable decibel level for the condo owners, whether it be young kids trying to get up for school, seniors, or people with different reasons why loud, often shotgun sounding sounds are concerning. It will not make the impact. The reality is it's enforcement. So the great thing about Lakeshore is because of the island medians, doing a blitz on enforcement on mufflers, say at times where people tend to do this, say Friday, Saturday nights at midnight to 2 a.m., they can't turn around. So that would be a great point to do kind of like a ride check, but for mufflers from an enforcement perspective. Once again, I want to go back to the point. The reduction in decibels from 50 to 30 does not make a substantial impact. I don't want to send the message to residents that all of a sudden their lives are going to somehow return to where they want.
Mayor Lehman, can I debate that factually before we get that in the public air, that it doesn't decrease the decibels? I just want to know where you're.
That's not really a point of order. So
okay, I'll just say my side after. No worries.
That's correct. Yeah, I'll come back to you. And,
I didn't know if I was going to maybe save time.
And if I might suggest to both of you, we do have experts who can give us hard data on that issue too. But I'll give the floor back to Councillor Morales, and then I'll come back to you, Councillor Natalie Harris.
Perfect. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So the other point about this is that this reminds me of the chimenea issue. This reminds me of many issues that we face. The kind of person that is causing this issue is the kind of person that's almost treating this like a racetrack, either for performance, for fun, or going out of their way to modify their mufflers. That kind of person is unlikely to respond to a 50 to 30 kilometer reduction, right? If you're not respecting the rules as it is and being considerate neighbor. I understand that often the follow-up to that as well, a big fat ticket hopefully sends the message. But again, we're already having troubles with enforcement to begin with. The other one is I drove Lakeshore, I think almost 7 times at 30 kilometers an hour. It's not inconvenient. It was actually impossible. And I mean impossible as I could not finish to get to the other end, because with trucks behind you, with cars behind you, it was almost kind of an impediment. Like I did not want to cause raging incidents or things of that nature. Not to say that street should be a raceway, but the actual number, 30 kilometers an hour, is just completely unfeasible. And I hope members of council, we've had this on the docket for a couple of weeks, so I hope other members of council have tried that magical 30 number, because it's not realistic. One thing I've been looking into, besides obviously encouraging enforcement to be done at times where residents are trying to sleep and these kind of incidents are happening, is rumble strips. I think most people now have driven or been driven in a vehicle on those rumble strips on the 401 and the 400. They're effective. Now, those are usually for people falling asleep, maybe just, not trying to crash into the clover, but I'll check with staff. But my understanding is we could install rumble strips on Lakeshore. That would take away the fun of treating Lakeshore as a drag strip. That would mitigate the behavior, not so much from a penalizing them perspective, but from a perspective where it's no longer great because they want to go fast. They don't want their car shaking. And now that's having the positive spin-off effect of reducing the decibel output, which is, I think, is what all residents want, as well as reducing the speed in terms of safety, at least for the daytime hours, not the nighttime hours. So I would be supportive of rumble strips on Lakeshore. Still allows people to drive sensible speeds, but prevents this very negative effect of having it like a raceway. And that would be kind of my sensible recommendation for that. But I don't recommend the 30 kilometer an hour. And again, I find it very valuable hearing staff say that they flat out don't support it either, based on their data and based on what they've been able to get on our speed monitors.
Councillor McCann, I have you next, but one point I just raised there, Councillor Morales, rumble strips mean noise from every single vehicle. And I don't know if you've ever lived near a rumble strip. They are plenty loud from every single car that goes over them. Councillor McCann, you're next.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So I guess maybe I have a question for the clerk first. just give me some clarity. Did we not back in March 29th vote on a reduction in speed for 10 kilometers throughout the whole city? It was deferred, but then eventually it was rejected.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann, it was for staff to report back on it, and then an additional paragraph was added to the motion that staff in Access Barrie work with the Development Services Department to do a survey. Staff have met about the survey this morning, so that is in the works.
Okay, I guess where I'm going with this, and maybe I'm premature, is that, you know, when we vote on a subject like reduction in speed or whatever it be, there has to be a 6-month delay before we actually bring this back into general committee. And I guess I am premature here that we actually did not vote and reject the 10 kilometers. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann, no, you did not reject the 10 kilometers. You asked staff to report back on it, so it hasn't technically been voted on yet because staff are going to report back on it, and they're in the process of preparing a survey for residents. Okay, well then
Thank you for that clarity. Now my question maybe goes to the mover of the motion, Councillor Elwin. The question I have, I guess, you know, I know I'm going to repeat quite a bit of what other councillors have mentioned, but maybe I just want to have my own angle and maybe get my own answers from you. When I first heard about, you know, your reduction of speed of 20 kilometers, I really didn't see how this was really a common sense approach, but I like to be open and like to hear what other councillors say before I make my final decision. But as it stands now, I would be completely rejecting this, but I'd like to give you the opportunity to maybe sway me over, okay? So the first one is the sound. And I know that you had mentioned you had, you know, talked extensively, sent emails. I'm just, once again, not an expert, just using common sense, that the increase in noise comes from an acceleration because the engine revs and then you obviously have the muffler. And that would generally happen from 0 kilometers to 20 or 30 kilometers. I don't see Lakeshore being a stretch where you could put it into, let's say, 3rd gear and get that sonic boom from 30 kilometers to 50 kilometers. So I don't consider you an expert, Councillor Edwin, and I'm not asking you as an expert, but maybe you could just comment on that. You know, if my rationale is right. To you, Mayor Liam, please.
Go ahead, Councillor Owen.
Thank you for that question, Councillor McCann. So there is a study that has demonstrated, and this is a peer-reviewed study, that between the speeds of 30 kilometers an hour and 60 kilometers an hour, a 10% or a 10 kilometer per hour reduction between those speeds can have a 40%, up to a 40% reduction in the noise level. So for each 10 kilometers per hour that you reduce the speed, it can have an up to a 40% reduction in the noise level. And there are countless studies that demonstrate that a reduction in speed across the board on different road surfaces result in a reduction in noise, period. Again, I don't want to overstate that this will be completely life-changing for everyone along the waterfront, but it will have an impact. It may be a small impact, but I think it's an important impact, and it's something that these residents have been waiting for.
I definitely appreciate that. I've got maybe 2 or 3 more questions for you. And I understand you've got 100 residents in your ward, especially living in the condos, and they're asking you to make change. I fully understand the pressure as councillors are on, especially because I think as Canadians, we're really wanting to help people. We're a helping community as a Canadian. So I get the stresses that you're on, but I just wanted to maybe talk to you about the signs. Right? I mean, there's rule followers and there's rule breakers, and signs don't really have any impact on rule breakers, right? I think we went through this with the tollway signs down in Wilkins Park. And I just had a curiosity here. You want to defund the police by 10%, but this absolutely, in my opinion, and the experts that I've talked to, you actually need enforcement. I think every councillor here has mentioned that, and I echo that it really is enforcement that you're trying to get. So I just wanted to ask you if this was part of your maybe thought process. Are you asking to defund the police, right? And this kind of actually correlates well to that, because if you reduce the speed by 20 kilometers, essentially you're going to have more speeding tickets. And is this your way of subsidizing some of the income that the police may lose? And I'm not trying to be funny. I'm just saying, you know what? It's a logical explanation. Lots of governments are out there trying to get cash grabs, and I just want to give you the opportunity publicly to say your mind.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. I certainly hadn't thought of it that way. But the reality is that a posted speed limit has an impact on behavior, regardless of enforcement. Yes, you're right. Some people won't follow it, and that's a problem we have to deal with. But I believe, and I think the data shows, that the vast majority of people do follow the posted speed limit. So there will be an impact even with just a changed sign and a changed speed limit. Do we still have to deal with the people who go over the speed limit? I would argue yes. But I think we can have an impact on the vast majority of people who do follow the speed limit by reducing the posted limit on those signs. If it didn't have an impact on behavior, we wouldn't put the signs up.
Yeah, I mean, my closing thoughts are, talking about, having an effect, cause and effect on behavior. And it's remarkable how many people have shouted out to me throughout the whole city and just totally against this, right? So I'm definitely sympathetic and apathetic to, the isolated residents that you have in your condo building. The answers that I've got from you haven't really done anything to sway me over. I believe that we need more enforcement to stop the flow. But as Councillor Jim Harris said, like this weekend, I was on Lakeshore multiple times, and like I think I was going 10 kilometers on Lakeshore. And when it's not busy, unless you're going to be a total recluse, you're going to go the speed limit because there's so many street lights that are stopping you. So I'll be voting no tonight. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. Next, I have Councillor Natalie Harris.
Mayor Lehman, just really quickly before I forget, so to Councillor McCann, one of the things I wanted to point out to you was a lot of the noise happens at night. So that is when it's a hot night and it was the summer and I have my windows open and there isn't the traffic that you have in the day with the beach. So it wasn't too bad. Like I could put my earplugs in and sit on there and maybe enjoy it for a little, the view for a little while, but I had to close my windows at night. It's this literally muffler after muffler after muffler, like and just screeching down, and I lived there for months and months. Long enough to know that I needed a better air conditioner so I could close my windows at night because I just couldn't sleep with the noise of the mufflers that were there. And kind of going on what Councillor Aylwin said, yeah, there's a lot of data, and Councillor Morales, thank you for being kind about my point of order. I just didn't know if we were gonna anyways, there's a lot of data out there that absolutely does show that the decrease in 15 and 18 kilometers decreases the decibels quite a lot. And I can post that on my page and share it with everyone if you would like. And then back to the point about enforcement, 100% enforcement is the way that, big tickets and pulling these cars and these motorcycles over, and we do in Barrie have these noise blitzes and all Ontario. However, they're blitzes and they're just little blitzes because there isn't enough enforcement. There aren't enough officers to go and do this on. I ask for this almost, I don't even know. I'm sure Officer Alport's really tired of getting my emails because Arda and Ferndale are raceways as well, and we have lots of them, Duckworth Street, etc. And they're busy doing, these police officers are busy doing like overdose calls and like major calls, like they just can't pop in, and they have a traffic unit, but that traffic unit is busy doing other things as well. So man, oh man, I wish there could just be a police officer that sits on Lakeshore, because you're right, it is a great place to actually target that from the noise, as long as they don't jut off into onto Bradford Street. So again, I get it. It's kind of, maybe it's ironic that I'm throwing data at you at the same time as arguing that maybe we don't have enough data. But my experience is why I'm being really loud about this, because pun intended, because it was just so bad. It was so unbelievably bad. And like to the point where I just couldn't even enjoy my beautiful view of Lakeshore. If that doesn't really stand out, like this isn't just a nuisance, it was absolutely, to me and to different residents that were in my building, it deterred me from even enjoying the outside and the beautiful area that we have. So I still support this. I appreciate everybody's point of view, but I do support this.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Harris. I have Deputy Mayor Ward and then Councillor Kungo, and then I'd like to bring this to a vote. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. And I'm not a big believer in signs. I mean, we'd never seen any litter around if signs saying don't litter work. I just think the people that are going to speed and have noisy mufflers on Lakeshore are going to have them, no matter what the speed limit, they're going to ignore it. So it bothers me. I do agree it's a problem. I guess I'm curious, Councillor Elwin, why aren't you looking at traffic calming? And I kind of kick myself now because we had a chance to put in traffic calming when we rebuilt this over the last 10 years. And we didn't do it. I'm not sure why, but why aren't you looking at traffic calming? And I'm not sure why you said speed humps would not be allowed. Maybe you can clear that up first.
It's good to know that you're the one to blame why there's a traffic calming on the road. Just kidding. So we have put radar speed boards on there multiple times. And yeah, they're effective to a certain extent.
I'm thinking more of design changes to the road to slow down.
Yeah,
it's a perfectly straight road right now.
I think that's the ideal scenario. And if we're wanting to spend, you know, millions, tens of millions of dollars to do that, I'm happy to do that. But we have something here that's, what is it, $2,000? And while it's not a perfect solution, it's a tool that we can use, and it's a heck of a lot less than reconstructing the entire road. So I'm totally open to that conversation. I think we could have this conversation with every road in our city, where it's the design of the road that's causing these speed issues. They're too wide, and people treat it like a raceway because of that. And traffic experts will tell you the design of the road is the #1 factor when it comes to speeding. So absolutely, I completely agree. But I can't imagine a scenario where I bring forward a motion to reconstruct Lakeshore Drive and I would have council support. But I was hoping that I would have support for this, you know, a couple $1,000s for a change that makes sense, that's backed up by the data, that's supported by the residents, and where we have an alternative just up the street on Bradford Street with the capacity to handle the extra traffic.
And specifically, if I could ask this other question, specifically about speed cushions, is it because of the nature, the classification of the road?
That's my understanding. Yes, I've put it on my list every year, despite like knowing the classification of the road doesn't allow for it. So I don't know if there's someone on staff that can speak specifically to why they aren't permitted there, but they've been rejected every time I put them on the list.
Okay. The last thing I'll say is I do think 30 is unrealistic. I'm almost tempted to, maybe I will put a motion on the floor to 40. I don't want to start a whole new debate, but I think that's more realistic. Nobody's going to go 30 on there. It's just not going to happen. 40, I think, is probably a more realistic. So maybe I'll put on the amendment to put on 40 and see how that goes. And hopefully it's not going to set off a long debate.
Okay, amendments on the floor to amend the motion from 30 to 40. Councillor Kungo, you'd indicated on the main motion. Did you want to speak on the amendment?
I'm supportive of Deputy Mayor Ward's amendment. So we'll see how that motion goes. My comment was more about the original love overall, bringing this forward around balancing the responsiveness of what you're hearing from residents and trying to move something forward. At minimum, I think, trying it as a pilot even through the summer might be a concept, but I'll support it tonight. I am hoping more information can come forward from staff around options to consider before council next week. So I can take those comments offline to Councillor Elwin and staff, but happy to support 30 or 40 at this point.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kungo. Councillor Natalie Harris on the amendment.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Of course, I'm a yes for any decrease, but I still really want to say yes to the 30 because the 30, I agree, lots of people probably won't go 30, but then maybe they'll go 40. The 40 from the 50, again, it just isn't enough of a message that this is not allowed here. And if you do and you get caught, the tickets are big. Like it's just a tiny stretch of Lakeshore. It's so important. Let's go, I think, all for the 30 because yeah, I already said everything else.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Harris. Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Maybe to Deputy Mayor Ward, are you looking to lower the speed limit to 40 kilometers without a staff report, or would you be interested in having a piggyback to do a staff report attached to that?
Deputy Mayor Ward.
Well, it's certainly a compromise. See, I don't think anybody's going to go 30. I think that's actually encouraging people to break the law, because if it's night, they're not going to go 30, as Councillor Morales mentioned. So it's more of a compromise, and it's a short stretch. So I can see without a staff report lowering it to 40 along here.
Yeah, I will not be supporting without a staff report. I'd like to see what Chief Greenwood thinks and the police thinks. And once again, I believe that this is an enforcement issue, not a sign issue. Thank you, Mayor Lehman.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yeah, I won't support it also without a staff report. I've got great difficulty in us playing around with speed limits, pretending that we're traffic experts without a staff report supporting the direction of this sort. And also too, it seems to be quite apparent that not all avenues have been explored prior to it coming to council. Because even something as simple like, I know Councillor Irwin's mentioned a few times about traffic calming. Well, reducing a speed limit is not traffic calming. When you look at the Ontario Traffic Management Manual, it doesn't meet the criteria. Whereas traffic calming is when you get into your speed cushions and the narrowing of roads and putting on not rumble strips, but I know some municipalities use interlock to create a difference in the texture of the road, so that way that tends to also slow people down. But I think without looking at simple solutions like narrowing the road a few times along this stretch using those plastic temporary cones, the reality of it is there's 5 traffic lights along here, and as soon as someone gets caught at a traffic light, that's when you're going to see the noise more so than the speed is at the from the stop as they accelerate. And I just don't want to give people a false sense of hope, because even looking at your data that you did provide to us, even going from a 60 down to a 40, you're only talking about 6.2 of a decibel. It's still at 72.1 at 40 kilometers an hour. So reducing it down even beyond like 72 to put it in comparison, one of the complaints that I dealt with for quite a lengthy period of time was a noisy air conditioner. And ironically, it was a brand new noisy air conditioner. And when the readings were being done with it, it was reading in the mid 50s, typically in that 56, 57 decibel range. And it was an annoying hum that it was emitting out of it. And that's like when you compare it, like I just think this is potentially giving the residents a false hope. I do understand how it's going to magnify bouncing off the concrete buildings as it goes upward, which noises tend to do. And I just don't see that this is going to solve your issue. And another reason why without a staff report, I just can't support it. If staff came back and said, yes, these arguments are supported, then I'd definitely be in favor of it. But until I see that hard data that would support it, and it's quite evident from what I've heard from Ms. Banfield, it doesn't sound like this would be supported by staff. I can't support that we're going to start changing speed limits without staff reports.
Okay, so we have an amendment on the floor to change the motion to go to 40 instead of dropping the speed limit to 30. Are there any other comments on that amendment? Sorry, Councillor Thompson, you'd indicated. Go ahead, Rob.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. Through you, just to Deputy Mayor Ward. So I know it was referred that we had changed certain things without staff reports, but a staff report was actually obtained before the vote was made. And that was at the request of Deputy Mayor Ward. So I'm actually very surprised that he would change a traffic speed limit without a report. And just to what Councillor Harvey said, and back to Deputy Mayor Ward, it is dangerous that we start changing things without staff reports. So I will not be supporting the reduction without a staff report.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Thompson. On the amendment to go from 30 to 40 on that matter, Councillor McCann, go ahead.
Sorry, real quickly, Mayor Lehman, I just got a few texts and a few emails from residents watching tonight, and they would like me to reduce the speed on the Queensway, Dock Road, Hurst Drive, and Prince William Way. So I just want this council to recognize that if you vote in favor of this, your residents probably going to want the same thing in their ward, because so just a little extra pressure to vote no is all I'm trying to do right now. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. In terms of going from 30 to 40 in the motion, that's what's on the floor. Any other comments? Councillor Congo and then Councillor Jim Harris.
One quick one. I'm going to try and keep it alive a little bit to see if we can get more information before next week. But for me, I'm looking at it as it could be a really great opportunity to look at a staff pilot while we ask staff through the summer months, so not through the whole year, while we ask staff to maybe come back with some suggestions around speed calming measures that might be implemented or start to be implemented next year. So I'm not sure if that's a consideration. That would be something that I would be keen to hear from staff or Councillor Elwin before next Monday. But I'm not sure, Deputy Mayor Ward, if you'd be looking at a friendly, but it would be reducing to 40 for a summer pilot, and hopefully being able to hear from staff this week if we can collect some data.
Yeah, actually, I'm all in favor of having a pilot to see what it'd be like after a year and having staff report back to see how it worked for a year. In fact, it was actually part of my original motion. I just forgot to mention it, but I thought, let's do it as a pilot for a year and see how it goes.
Okay, so you're amending your amendment, Deputy Mayor Ward?
Yeah, it doesn't have to be for a year. I'd say for 6 months. I mean, we're doing it for the summer. I think that's where the major problem is.
Okay, just before I get to a new speakers list on this, I'm going to go to the clerk. And actually, it might be Ms. McAlpine, but can we do that? My understanding is there are some procedure steps when we change the speed law on a public highway. Can you tell us whether or Ms. McAlpine, tell us whether a 6-month pilot is feasible?
Mayor Lehman, through a 6-month pilot may be feasible if the signage can be installed. The bylaw would need to be amended, and then the signage would need to be installed in time to allow for proper measuring of the results. So I would defer to Ms. Miller to see if she has any feedback with respect to the amount of time to get signage installed and do proper measuring of the impact. And again, that might only be speed data, not necessarily noise data.
Ms. Miller.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, if council directs the pilot to take place, we'll certainly get the signs prepared and installed. In terms of measuring the data, we will do our best to capture the actual speed data, and then the analysis from there will take place. But yes, we can get it done for you.
Okay, so the amendment that's now on the floor is to go to 40 kilometers an hour for a 6-month pilot. On that, I'm going to continue with my speakers list. I have Jim Harris, Councillor Jim Harris, then Councillor Natalie Harris, then Councillor Morales.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, I think this is starting to get into, because we haven't been prepared with the staff report to really investigate this, we're starting to traffic plan on the fly here. And I appreciate Councillor Thompson's recollection of the requirement to have a staff report, and that was brought forward wisely by Deputy Mayor Ward on a couple of recent traffic related items. The pilot is curious addition. But I would say that I don't discredit what Councillor Erwin's trying to do. I actually understand it. I think to do this well, I think we don't even have information. Like, we do have information that we've heard, which is speeding is not a problem based on data from the records that we have. Staff have given us that. I'm curious to know, do we have it broken down by time of day? Do we have that information? Like, when does the speeding occur? What weeks, what days of the week does it occur? I'm going to guess it's not when it's busy based on experience, but that's just my experience. But Do we know, maybe through you, Mayor Lehman, to staff, do we have a breakdown of time? When does speeding occur? What seasons? What time of day?
Ms. Banfield.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harris, the data that was flagged had Saturday and Sunday as the dates, as the times that were closest to the speed limit, and the data did have the speed limit being exceeded more in the fall than in the summer. So I don't have right in front of me the day-to-day data, but again, it goes back to on the weekend in the summer months, very close to the 40 kilometers an hour rate, and a bit higher in the fall.
Okay, so outside of prime time, there's inside of prime time, there's less speeding. Is that correct?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harris, that's probably the easiest way. Yes, that the less traffic there is, the more the speeding, and the more cars, the less the speeding.
Okay. Okay, so I think where I like the idea of having something with a bit more thought. I think this is a concept that should be reviewed. I think it has merit, but I'd like to see us have some time to really look into this and do it well, because it may be, and I think it was Councillor Harvey to his credit, a reduced speed zone where now you're talking about fines that really matter and might create a deterrent in of itself because of their increased fines. We have school zones that are 40, so I'm curious why we would have a beach zone that's not busy much of the year at a 30. That doesn't seem congruent to me. So I do like the idea of considering a reduction. I just like it to be in a more planned fashion. So I apologize, I won't be able to support this in this matter, but I would be amenable to something that was more focused and deliberate in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Yeah, just before I continue, I'm conscious that the 11 of us start to add limited value when we get so far into the weeds, whether we're designing a community garden, designing a planning application, designing a park, or overdoing it on a speed limit. This is not rocket science. We have a big problem with noisy vehicles on the waterfront, and the cops need to write a ton of tickets and stop as many noisy vehicles from being able to keep doing what they're doing as possible. Bless Councillor Aylwin, he's trying to use one of the only tools he's got available to him, and he's got a huge number of residents who are concerned by this. Make no bones about it, it is way worse on the waterfront because that's where people go to show off these cars. And I guess I'm questioning that, with this amendment, whether we do it as a 6-month pilot, a permanent 30 or 40, the issue is noisy vehicles. I'm not sure it's speeding. The issue is that we need to stop people who have illegal mufflers from ruining everybody's life who lives along the waterfront. Full stop. So with great respect, I mean, I'm not sure we're going to add a lot of value if we kick this around for another 45 minutes trying to find the right version of it. I think Keenan's completely right. The Lakeshore Drive was designed to be a parkway. There's a reason why there's a center median and on-street parking. That's traffic calming. There's a reason why it goes up and over the little bridges at the streams. That is because it is not designed to be a through route. I have no sympathy for anybody who says, I get slowed down on Lakeshore. Bradford Drive is 300 feet away. It's empty. And it'll get you from north to south without anywhere near as many traffic lights or anything else. So with respect, I think we're starting to get a long way into the weeds on trying to find a solution to a really, a very real problem. And, I think if I can offer this to you, members of General Committee, regardless of what we do on this, I will go to the police board, and I'm sure Councillor Thompson would as well, and say, this needs to happen this summer. But let's all remember that if we don't resource the police department, they can't do something that's only on the nuisance level. And that point has been made here tonight. This is a nuisance. It's not a crime. It's not a matter of life safety, but it's a nuisance. And it's a huge nuisance, a huge impact on the quality of life of the people who live in the waterfront, as Councillor Natalie Harris has said. But they are the ones who have the ability to safely ticket people, pull them over and ticket them and enforce the illegal mufflers that people are putting on cars that are wrecking people's quality of life on the waterfront. So, you know, I guess my comment is I'll take it back to the police board. We're meeting in 10 days from Thursday, or a week from Thursday. And we can see if the police will respond to that community complaint and have the resourcing to tackle this at the start of the summer now, and hopefully prevent the pattern of what's going on right now, which, as we've heard from Ms. Banfield, you know, there's some drag racing going on at certain times of day on weekends in the summer. Well, let's go stop it. I'm not sure a sign that says anything is going to stop that. So anyway, where we are at the moment on this debate is an amendment to the amendment, or an amendment that says a 40-kilometer-an-hour limit for 6 months. Deputy Mayor Ward, you put that on the floor. My speakers list is Councillor Natalie Harris, Councillor Morales, and then Councillor Aylwin. So go ahead, Councillor Harris.
Councillor, sorry, Mayor Lehman, I'm good. I'll actually let Councillor Aylwin talk.
Okay, I just have Councillor Morales first. I think he was earlier in the line, indicated earlier. Go ahead, Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. To build on your comments, that's why I'm also going to be voting against a 40 speed reduction. Going back to the point that I've said and Councillor Harvey has said that I remember, the decibel reduction is not significant enough to make an impact down to 40. The kind of people that are already breaking this rule aren't going to be following it. And one important point in terms of enforcement, and I really hope the mayor and Councillor Thompson have success with this at Barrie Police, is pilot projects for myself are already tricky enough to do. Sometimes I think pilot projects, while well-intentioned, are kind of the way of getting things passed that might have not have otherwise been passed. But it's even more problematic for me to do a pilot project when staff haven't done the work, and when staff have told us explicitly at the moment we do not support one. It doesn't mean if directed to go do the work, maybe their answer not just evolves, but maybe it's a multifaceted approach. But basically, staff is saying, "Yep, we don't support this," and then we're doing a pilot project without staff's report or even investigation. So that's one of the reasons I'm against this. And then the other reason to personalize it, because as the mayor said, this is really real for a lot of people. My residents on Yonge Street, especially at Yonge Station there, they have been getting this for years. If people know the neighborhood, you start roughly where the Zares is, A&W, and if you want to do a drag race, you know, a drag strip race without the fear of your car swaying, because you have five lanes total, you're going to use Yonge Street. And you know, there's been some enforcement, and that has actually moved the problem, unfortunately, probably to Mapleview Drive West, because I feel like the problem went from my neighborhood in 2017, 2018 to Councillor Harvey's, unfortunately. So we're just kind of pushing the problem. We really need to break down on the mufflers. Another specific reason why I won't support this. So I live on Duckworth, and I live on the quiet end, the southern end towards the water. Cars at 1 a.m., midnight, 2 a.m. will gun it in a stretch of basically a block or two, because they hit a stop sign, they hit a light, and they're still gunning it. And we're talking like a single small residential block, and they're doing it anyways. And they're gunning it from 0 to I don't know what speed they can climb in such a short distance, probably in the 60s, 70s, and then they have to slam their brakes on at the stop sign at least, and they do it anyways. They slam the brakes on at the sign, and then they slam it again as they travel towards the college. So that's, I have the lived experience of knowing that even a short distance, which they're still trying, which shows me that it's intent and it's the mufflers. It's not so much enforcement. Thank you very much.
Okay, folks, can I just remind you, we're still on the deferred matters from 2 weeks ago, and we have 1 hour and 10 minutes left. Next, I have Councillor Aylwin and then Deputy Mayor Ward.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'd like to propose, for simplicity's sake, that we not go ahead with a pilot. And what I'm hearing around the table is that there's a desire for some more information, that there may be support if there was a staff report with some more information. Heard that from a number of councillors. So I would be happy to have us have a staff report on a speed reduction on Lakeshore Drive. I'm happy to do that. I tried to indicate earlier to say that, but we got really into the weeds, as you said, Mayor Lehman. So I would ask that however we make that happen, whether Deputy Mayor Ward withdraws his motion and I introduce a new one, to have a staff report on the speed reduction, I don't know. but I'll leave it in your hand.
Okay, Deputy Mayor Ward, if you would withdraw your
I'm
amendment.
glad
Councillor
to withdraw. But first, I just wanted to say we've completely lost sight of what Councillor Elwin was doing here. All this nonsense about staff reports. I mean, it is nonsense. This is a traffic calming. He wanted to find a way to traffic calm on Lakeshore. He couldn't put a speed cushion in. He was told he couldn't. And he couldn't put in other messages. So this was his way. Every year, every councillor around this table gets asked to put where they want to put speed cushions in and where they want to put speed boards in. Do we get a staff report on every one of those locations? No, they ask councillors what we can do, what we'd like to see in traffic calming on our ward. We put them in. It's not a stop sign. Stop signs are not traffic calming. This was an attempt by Councillor Elwin to deal with traffic calming in his ward. It's got nothing to do with staff reports. I'll support the staff report. It's nonsense though. We've never once asked for staff report on traffic calming in this council, not once. This will be the first time we've asked for a staff report on a traffic calming device. I hope this doesn't set the precedent so that all the dozens and dozens of traffic calming things we put out every year require a staff report in the future. Thanks.
All right, thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. That was withdrawing your amendment.
I did withdraw it.
In doing it. All right, thanks for that, Councillor Aylwin. So technically, Councillor Harvey put the original item on the floor. So you're going to put an amendment on, I believe, that changes this to simply say that we get a staff report back on a speed reduction on Lakeshore Drive. Did I understand you correctly?
That's correct. Thank you.
Okay. So that is what's on the floor, members of council, the amendment to that original motion. Any further discussion? Okay, I'm just going to call the question on that. Those in favor of Councillor Aylwin's amendment? Are any opposed? None. Look at that, carried unanimously. And we do need to do that one more time because now on the main motion as amended. Any further comments? Seeing none, those in favor, please indicate. Any opposed? None. That carries. So yes, council or general committee has approved a staff report. Councillor Aylwin's got a lot of residents who are looking at what's going on tonight and concerned about what they're seeing or hearing, concerned about the summer coming. I think the enforcement piece is for the Police Services Board, and Councillor Thompson and Councillor Aylwin, I think between us, we will at least report back to you on the answer from the service about the ability to do conducted enforcement, especially on the noisy mufflers along there. I know they're very aware of it, but this certainly does bring it to another level in terms of the amount of correspondence you've received from your residents. Okay, thanks members of the General Committee. The remaining item of deferred business was held by Deputy Mayor Ward. That is the appointments to the Council Compensation Review Committee. Deputy Mayor Ward, go ahead.
That's a confidential item. I don't think I can say anything while we're in open session, unfortunately. Can I? I'm going to ask it to be deferred to the June 21st meeting, but I can't explain why I want it deferred to the June 21st meeting because we're in open session. So unless anybody has any questions, if we want to just defer it, I'd ask you to defer it.
The exciting thing about deferral motions is they're non-debatable. So you don't have to worry, Deputy Mayor Ward, if that's what you're putting on the floor, you can't talk about it anyway. If it is just to push it for 2 weeks, that's what you would be doing?
Yes.
Okay. Before you put that on the floor, are there any members who wish to discuss the matter? Because we can do it in camera later. Okay, so go ahead, Deputy Mayor Ward, with your...
I will ask that this item be deferred to the June 21st meeting, General Committee meeting.
Okay. The deferral motion's on the floor. It's not debatable. I'll call the question. Those in favor of deferring it another 2 weeks? Any opposed? None. That carries. That went a little faster than the last one. And it might go, that might have gone a little faster than the next one, which is the Barrie landmark sign. Councillor McCann, you held this item. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And 10 o'clock, I guess all the kids are in bed now, so they're going to miss it. I have an amendment to the motion, Mayor Lehman.
Go ahead.
I'd like to amend paragraph 1 to revise the size of the heart in the landmark sign from 8 feet to 10 feet. Number 2, the further to motion 21G040, a Barrie landmark sign with a 10-foot heart and the letters no more than 8 feet tall be installed in the Heritage Park as per Appendix A. I would like to amend paragraph 2 to the change the date of the fundraising commitment from September 30th to October 10th 1010.
Sorry, Councilor McCann, did you want to do these all as one amendment, or did you want to do them separately?
I think all is one amendment.
Okay, sorry, keep going then. All one
And
amendment.
if someone wants me to separate them, then I've got no problem later on. That if Councillor McCann has 100% fundraising commitment to the $200,000 by October 10, 2021, with a 75% of the donations paid to the city by October 10, 2021, staff and Access Barrie issue a request for proposal, an RFP, to secure a company that can provide 3 sign concepts and install the landmark sign at the approved location before July 1st, 2022. I would like to delete paragraph 3 and replace it with the following: that donors will be recognized by having their names embossed and colored branded in the concrete at the base of the landmark sign, with the size of the donor names embossed being appreciated to their financial contribution, and that each donor be provided with a memento of the sign.
Okay, so that was circulated, I believe, Councillor McCann, by the clerk. It's a 3-part amendment. Would you care to speak to it?
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Quite frankly, you know, I want this sign to be pristine. I want the sign to be stunning. I want the sign to have an impact without having a negative impact to the environment. So that's why staff recommended that we only have an 8-foot sign. I'm asking council to make the heart 10 feet is the first one, just for appearance and for aesthetics. I'm asking for to remove the, to give an extension of 10 days to October 10th. I'm also asking staff that we make the fundraising pitch easier for me to provide, and to make this a more enhanced, visual, that the branding be done in color on the concrete right in front of the sign.
Okay, thanks, Councillor McCann. On the amendment that's on the floor, Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Your Worship. I guess I'll open it for comment from staff. My understanding was any consideration over 8 feet had some concerns around, one, not then being aligned with the sizing of any playground structures tied to adherence to standards, some concerns about the height around safety concerns, and then also around logistics tied to whether or not it would push people back onto the path or road related to taking a photo and having it sized within that view. So I know staff did take the time to kind of review commentary on size, and I just want to help to give context around knowing that Councillor McCann's amendment ties to just one aspect of the sign. Does staff have an opinion about whether or not that has an impact on safety concerns tied to an 8 feet maximum?
Ms. James Reid.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Kungle. As indicated in the staff report, our consultation with our Parks Planning team, there was some concerns about the maximum height of the sign, because this sign, unlike other signs, it will be climbed on as people take photos. So the recommendation of that team was that we align it with the CSA standards for playgrounds, which was the 8 feet is the maximum. In terms of the heart, I did not have a chance to discuss that with Michelle Bamfield and her team today, so I would invite her to, if she had anything to say, to jump on. But the one thing with the heart to consider is that the height of the heart where people would sit in would be much lower than the 10 feet, because the heart being closer to the ground. So I'm not sure that it would be a major concern, but certainly if Ms. Banfield has other opinion, we would welcome that.
Ms. Banfield.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann. The standard for the playground and the 8 feet is something that staff recommends and stands behind.
Thank you for that. I have a follow-up on another aspect of the amendment.
Go ahead.
In the original motion, I was going to ask for clarity around the $200,000 amount going towards the sign, and a $15,000 amount going towards a reserve for repair of any graffiti. I was going to ask, because there was a change in Councillor McCann's amendment. So I was wondering, Councillor McCann, if you or staff can identify that the aspect around acknowledgement of donors, where that has shifted to a cement work, a nice detailing, and also now adding a memento. If that costing around that will come at a city cost, or is that embedded in your $200,000? I just didn't see, however we frame that acknowledgement for donors, I didn't see a cost associated. So I'll look to Councillor McCann if that was an inclusion area or not,
Yep.
and then to staff. Thanks.
Yep. Has the cost of your amendment been incorporated? Can it be handled within the 200,000?
Yes. But I think Councillor Kungle was talking about the $15,000 maintenance fee. Was that what you were talking about?
No, she was asking about the, well, sorry, Councillor Kungle, you can answer, but you specifically asked about the embossed recognition of the donors and the increase in size, right?
Yes, because it looked like you made it a separate $15,000 outside of the 200 for any type of repair and maintenance, but I didn't see clarity on how costs were being associated to acknowledgement and or a memento.
Sure, maybe I can give some clarity how the process works, and if I'm missing something or I'm not quite as clear as I can be, maybe Mayor Lynn will allow Rebecca James Reid to make it clearer. So the process tonight is going to be to vote this in favor or reject it. Then obviously next week, we're going to have the last kick at the can to vote it in favor or reject it. Once last week we have all of the detail ironed out for the RFP, then Access Barrie is going to put an RFP out, and everything that's in my amendment, everything that we discuss, there may be some amendments put out by other council members, all has to fit into the scope of $200,000.
So then I guess I'll ask for a point of clarity. Is the 15,000 that you identified, is that then coming from the 200,000? Because I saw it as a separate and apart, and just want to make sure that we don't come at as a net new ask outside of the $200,000 for any type of donor acknowledgement. So I guess I'm hearing $15,000 is separate and apart as per the original motion, and anything tied. Oh.
Yeah, just to be clear, the 15 is to maintain it. It has nothing to do with the design or the recognition or anything like that. So if the question is, does 200,000 cover the enhanced recognition that Councillor McCann would be including by way of this amendment? I think he said yes.
Okay.
I think Ms. James Reid wants to add, and if you don't
Ms.
mind.
James Reid? Yep.
Thank you. I was just going to indicate that we did do a request for information, and as part of that, we did have a general range of money that the costing would be for this type of signage, and it fits within the recommendation of the 200,000. The report as written in terms of the sponsors, if you envision what the Heart and Horn sponsorship plaque is, that's what we base this recommendation off of. So it's very similar, that's exact sizing and all that kind of thing. Anything above and beyond, if there was an additional cost, I would suggest that we would have to report back to council on that as part of our memos that we're coming back forward with, and that would need to be fundraised if it was not captured within the RFP of the 200,000. And the 15,000 is an additional cost on a yearly basis for the operational maintenance of that.
Thank you for the clarification. At this point in time, I will not be supporting the amendment.
Okay, on the amendment, other comments? Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. Question to staff, and it's to do with the height. I know they had mentioned CSA requirements are 8 feet, but in a quick search, it appears the new Toronto sign is 9.8 feet. And I was just wondering, like, is there any history of Toronto having issues? And also, too, when it comes to like graffiti type cleanup, do we have any data on how often they've had issues with their sign being damaged?
Ms. James Reid.
I'm going to ask Sherry Harris, who's on the line, to see if she could join in the call and see if she has that information. I know she's been in touch with a lot of the municipal comparators.
Ms. Harris.
Hi, through you, your worship, to members of council. In regards to our RFI, we did it looking at the height in particular. None of the municipalities we spoke with indicated any issues with their height. And as indicated, the highest sign was 9.8, which was in Toronto, indicated no issues with height. In regards to, I believe the second question was in regards to, just refresh me, was it in regards to the vandalism and security?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, same thing. For the most part, they recommended a minimum of $5,000 for general security measures to incur with for general maintenance. No significant issues. They were all maintained with partnership through their parks departments to ensure that, you know, there was foot traffic within the area. Keeping in mind some of the locations that we looked at, being Toronto and Kingston, were in high traffic areas. So yeah, the Toronto sign is right at Nathan Phillips Square outside of their city hall. Kingston's as well is right in a very high traffic area of their downtown. So there is a lot of foot traffic within the area to help ensure that the signs are being treated appropriately, and that nothing is you know, going on at the locations that they should not be doing.
Just a follow-up, if I could, Mayor Lehman?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, it's in relation to the security, because obviously the preferred location appears to be Heritage Park. And obviously it does have good exposure to Lakeshore Drive. But in the evening hours, once you hit about 9 or 10 o'clock, especially during the week, there's very, very limited traffic around there. Is this situated in such a location that potentially additional surveillance cameras could be put up in the area?
Rebecca, do you want to take that, or do you want me to?
Okay. Ms. James Reed.
Sure. Thank you for the question. We did look at that, and yes, that is an option along the lights right at the Rainbow Crosswalk. We would be able to potentially put a camera there.
Great, thanks. And my last question is to the mover of the motion. I'm just looking at this fundraising piece, and like, I mean, 200K is a lot of money to raise in my opinion, quite a short period of time. Many years ago, I used to run a not-for-profit, and I know how difficult fundraising can be. And what I found in my experience was, especially from a corporate perspective, a lot of their donations are allocated on an annualized basis, with those decisions occurring very late in the year for the following year. So I'm just wondering if October 10, 2021 is doable, or would it be more feasible to extend it to January 31st of 2022, which would then give you the allocated donations from many corporate partners within the city for the upcoming fiscal year?
Was that to the mover of the motion?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, Councilor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman, and thank Councilor Harvey for asking that question. I'm going to kind of give you the long answer, because I'd like to be deliberate and directed. I'd like everyone watching to know where my confidence comes from. It was funny. A past mayor called me up when I was living downtown Toronto and asked me if I would want to put a restaurant at where the Sea Cadets building is, back when I was 28 years old. And it's funny, I decided, oh, yeah, that'd be a great moneymaker. I'd love to have a restaurant at the Sea Cadets building. And I raised $936,000 for that restaurant back, I'm 45 now. So, back 16, 17 years. And I did that in about 6 months' time. And it's funny how the Sea Cadets and this area are very close. You wouldn't believe, Councillor Harvey, how many businesses and how many people have reached out to me, want to be a part of this program. My confidence is not a 10 out of 10. It's an 11 out of 10 that I'll be able to raise the funds. Will I be able to raise the funds by October 10th? Well, that's going to be determined, because with this council, I've got no idea if they're going to vote yes or no. Sometimes I think I should withdraw my motion and let them bring this motion forward so we get a unanimous vote. But I've got this forward right now. I'm moving forward. I maybe just want to resell this to council and tell you why I believe that this is such an inspirational and such a great program for the city of Barrie.
So
We're going to have a,
Councillor McCann, I want you to do that because I know you're gonna, and you'll have your chance to speak. But it was a question from Councillor Harvey, and he's still got the floor. So just on the question around fundraising, I'll come back to you. But I think Councillor Harvey, did you get the answer?
Point of order, Mayor Lehman. He's asked me a question about fundraising, and I'm answering the question about fundraising. I understand it's your birthday, Mayor Lehman. You want to get this meeting going forward, but he asked me a direct question, and I'm giving an answer, and you're now interrupting me.
Councillor McCann, I object to that.
Okay.
Councillor Harvey asked you a question. You will have every opportunity to speak to this. The specific question was around, would it be better to have until January than October? If you give him an answer to that, his question, Councillor Harvey has the floor. And then when you have the floor, you can make your speech in favor of the sign.
Well, I do apologize, Mayor Lehman, if that offended you.
And personalizing it, by the way, Councillor McCann, has nothing to do with my birthday or the timing. It has to do with what I said to this council 4 hours ago, which is that we have 7 items on the agenda. This is item number 4. And I told you all that I would be moving us along, and I got lots of nods from everybody. So if you could answer Councillor Harvey's question, who has the floor, then he could continue with his comments, and then I'll be pleased to return to you for your comments, because I'm sure you'll have some.
Wonderful. Councillor Harvey.
Councillor Harvey. Did you get an answer to your question?
Indirectly, I would say yes. He obviously exerted a lot of enthusiasm, and if he's able to generate that kind of funds for a private business in such a short period of time, it seems like he's quite confident that he can probably pull this off prior to October the 10th. I'll leave that at that and see where the discussion goes.
Okay, on the amendment, I next have Councillor Riegma.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I appreciate Councillor McCann's enthusiasm, but it hasn't spread to me. I'm not in favor of any sign in this park. I don't think that this is the kind of thing that we ought to be spending our precious time on, nor our money. And now we come back here and it wants to be a bigger sign, and I'm even more opposed to that. And then I hear that, maybe we should put a camera up here. So all of a sudden, this thing, it's called scope creep, and it's costing us more money all the time. And I guess sure, it's great that it doesn't cost the city any money for installing it. The problem comes in is that we end up having to maintain it. And $15,000 in our budget is not a whole lot of money. Yet there are a lot of people in our city who struggle to survive, and $15,000 is a lot of money to them. And I'm very conscious about our budget, and I don't think we want to be spending $15,000 a year, plus whatever the camera costs, plus whatever else comes up. On a sign like this. So I will not be voting for it.
Okay, on the amendment, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. And I'd like just to maybe pause and say that I deeply do apologize for getting personal. That was probably offline. And whether you accept the apology or not, I just want to start by saying I didn't want to get personal. Okay. Obviously, this is a sign. This is a project that I do believe quite wholeheartedly. And if I offended you, and probably I did, I just want to give you my sincere apology.
Thanks, Councillor McCann. Go ahead with you.
Thank you. Okay, so I want to maybe repitch this Love Barrie sign. And I believe that this sign comes from a depth and a base of inspiration and fun. You're going to have a sign that I first got the idea by talking with Councillor Councillor Thompson, and we were talking about inspirational items in the sign, and we talked about all the great landmark signs that we have across the world. And then the downtown business core was screaming at council to do something. But quite frankly, what could we do? I mean, the COVID is mandated by the province, and there really was nothing we could do. So then I thought of the idea, well, what about if we had a sign that would attract people to the downtown core? That is why I originally thought, let's do it at Meridian Square. People would come down, they would come down to Meridian Square, and let's just talk about Meridian Square for a second. What an amazing corporate partner we have with Meridian Square. They fundraised the money, they donated the money, and they gave us a great landmark. And that's the kind of corporate sponsorships that I want to attract. I also want to attract personal sponsorship. So we all approved this back 2-3 months ago, and staff came back and said, well, Heritage Park would be the best location because we're going to actually have multiple benefits. The sign is going to be inspirational and going to be fun. How's it going to be inspirational? Where it's going to be able to connect our city and have our first own Barrie landmark, right? And it's going to help with businesses, like let's use the pizza place, Pizza, down on Dunlop Street, where they can have all their staff members come down there and they can have Pizza loves Barrie. You know, the Prowse family loves Barrie. A dental office loves Barrie. And how it's inspirational is when clients go into these places of business, whether they're a doctor's office, a restaurant, whether they're a tool and die shop, and they see a sign that says that that company loves Barrie. Well, if you're a local person, you're going to feel a connection. You're also going to build company morale because you're going to have a picture. My intent is you'll bring the whole company down, have your picture, and hopefully spill out to downtown Barrie, where you're going to be helping the businesses. You know, Councillor Ritma said that, you know, people are struggling. Well, yes, they are struggling. And this is the way that this council can help struggling businesses attract more people to the downtown. Also, too, we have tourism, right? And right now, people take pictures. If they're from Europe, you have no idea you're from Barrie. Well, this will be one outlet that you can tell you're from Barrie. So I hope I'm not overselling this because I don't think this needs to be sold. I think that this is a project that many cities across the world have done and have had instant successes. You go to Blue Mountain, people are lined up for 45 minutes to take a picture with Blue Mountain. Like that's Blue Mountain. Barrie we don't want it. We need our own landmark sign. So that is where my inspiration comes from. This will connect the whole city, and I'm raising the funds. It's $200,000. And if you think $15,000 isn't going, we're not going to reap the benefits and have an increase of more than $15,000 into our community, Councillor Ritma, then you and I do math quite differently. So thank you, Mayor Lehman, and hopefully I get your support.
Okay, there's an amendment on the floor. The amendment has 3 parts. It's to make the heart bigger. Councilman McCann wants 10 more days for fundraising and a different form of donor recognition. On that amendment, any further comments? I'm opposed to this actually only because of paragraph 1. I don't mind paragraphs 2 and 3, but I don't think we should be going against a safety recommendation from staff. I'll call the question on the amendment. Deputy Mayor Ward, do you have a question?
I'm just wondering if we can vote on them separately then.
Okay, yep. So we'll vote on each paragraph of the amendment separately, and I'll call the question. Paragraph 1, which is to increase the size of the heart. Those in favor of the amendment, please indicate. Those opposed? Okay, that fails. On the second paragraph, which is to extend the fundraising timeline by 10 days, I'll call the question. Those in favor? I am as well. Those opposed? 1. That carries. And on the third amendment, which is with regards to the donor recognition at the base of the sign rather than the plaque, and to provide each donor with a memento of the sign. I'll call the question. Those in favor of that amendment? And opposed? And that carries. Okay, on the main motion as amended, those who wish to make comments. Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I won't be supporting this at this time, and for a number of reasons. I think it was clear in the report that there were some concerns with the location in Heritage Park, as we are undergoing the master plan process, and I think we should fully engage the public in that process, and any process with a sign that we want to unite the city with. I think the public needs to be part of that, and that hasn't happened here, unfortunately. I think many of the other councillors have raised the concerns that I have. $15,000 a year, well, it's significant in terms of our entire overall budget. I think, you know, there are higher impact things we could be doing with that funding. And I'm not convinced that this sign would be the type of draw that some are saying it would be. I think the experience from what I've heard from other cities is that people take pictures with the sign in the location because they're already there. They don't go there because of the sign. They just take a picture with the sign when they're there. So I'm interested in how can we enhance the space along our waterfront, Heritage Park, downtown as much as possible. And maybe we can have a community engaged process down the road to create something that's truly unique and truly special for our city. So I won't support this at this time. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Owen. Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I tell you, I want to be a yes right away because I admire how much work Councillor McCann's put into this and how he's going to fundraise it. I still do hear the concerns of the residents though, and also the concerns that are still left in the staff report. I don't know. This is a tough one for me. I'm not gonna lie. I'll just leave it there right now.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Others wish to comment on the main motion as amended. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I think Councillor Harvey went up first.
Yeah, but I recognized you first. Go ahead, Councillor Morales.
New day, new week. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. So speaking to the members of council that maybe are a little bit stuck on this one, I was quiet for the early part of the debate, and for better or for worse, I agree with Councillor McCann that if this had been any other member bringing this forward, we would be looking for ways to make this work, not looking for ways to trip this up. The impact that the sign can have is fabulous. And so I've been listening to the debate and I'm focusing specifically on the sign. When I've gone out to Ottawa, I was going to visit this, the market area, but I looked for the Ottawa sign. So it might be a draw. I might have gone there anyways. It definitely is complementary marketing to the existing area as well. I've used this analogy before. I think it might have been on the previous term of council. So I think it's appropriate for this one. While there can be a material cost up to, I wouldn't say 15,000 a year. I would say up to, like it was the same answer I heard from Mr. Barrie during the Rainbow Crosswalk, up to 7,000, 7,500. What I would say is this would be almost equivalent, like somebody giving you a ride along lawnmower, a John Deere for free, and then rejecting it because you don't want to pay for the gas. It's just the cost of lawn maintenance. If you're at a point where you can't afford the gas for lawn maintenance, maybe you shouldn't be in a property that has lawns. So that's a lot of work to fundraise that kind of money that Councillor McCann is proposing. I wouldn't want to be in that situation. I have not put myself where I would have to be in that kind of situation. And that's going to take up work. If Councillor McCann wants to have a busy summer, then I'm happy to give him the ability to do that. If he can't deliver on the money, then the staff report is very clear. In terms of, input and from community or input from this or that, I'd like to point at the example of the soapbox, by the way. Sometimes input from community committees is effective and it produces good pieces of art. And sometimes it's the other way around. So just because we've had input, we definitely have had engagement online. This has been an issue that has been covered widely by the media and people have given their opinions. It's definitely something that will add to the community. The design has definitely evolved and been very effective. And as I said to the Councillor McCann, I'll reiterate it because I really feel about that. Councillor McCann, I'm going to get out of the way. You make sure you do your fundraising and make sure you do the parameters you need to do. But I've been very, very specifically trying to separate Councillor McCann from the sign and be as objective as I can with this. And I know not everybody can do that. And that's everybody's prerogative, but at least that's where I'm aiming for this, and that's why, and my vote is going to convey that.
Thanks, Councillor Morales. Councillor Harvey.
Thank you, Your Worship. I will support this, and for two reasons. A, it's no tax dollars going into this. It's all going to be fundraised. However, obviously, there will be the ongoing maintenance of it. And I know in the staff report, it talks about $15,000, but then tonight we heard that other municipalities had recommended a minimum of $5,000. So obviously staff are being cautious with their estimate on the $15,000, which I can appreciate also. But when you look at other cities around, like, I mean, most of us have been to Toronto and seen their sign, especially Blue Mountain with their two different signs that they have throughout the village. Every time you go there, there's tons of people around it. So it just goes to show you that these signs are a draw, and how we can have analysis as to whether people are going directly there for a sign or not, I think is impractical, to be quite honest with you. I just don't know how you'd be able to collect that type of data. But it's quite evident that these signs do draw people. I know originally Councillor McCann wanted it in Meridian Place, and I'll be quite honest with you, with the staff recommendation with where it's situated in Heritage Park, it actually captures both areas because it's across the street directly behind the Meridian Square stage. So I think this will be a terrific backdrop to the stage also, as long as the alignment of it is appropriate. I don't know, like, I mean, if there was any tax dollars, I'd be voting a big solid no, but with this being totally fundraised, how could I say no to this?
Thanks, Councillor Harvey. On the main motion as amended, others wish to comment? Councillor McCann, and then Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Sometimes maybe my enthusiasm and my energy maybe gets in the way of people processing. So I just maybe want to maybe tone it down a bit and just like clearly identify what we're voting on tonight. We're voting on a sign that has been successful in, I think, thousands of cities across the world. I don't know one area, and I've looked, that the sign's been a disaster. And Councillor Harvey has mentioned Blue Mountain, has mentioned Toronto, Ottawa. I mean, we just have to go 5 minutes east of us, and Friday Harbor, they've got a sign that everybody's hanging off of and taking pictures. So I don't think there's a question if this is a success or not. And I'm not sure if council members are debating the success or not, but that there, I think it's a 10 out of 10 success. We're in COVID, and we've got many businesses in our downtown that are struggling, right? And this is a way that I believe, and I haven't heard any council member disagree with my statement, that this will draw people that are already existing in our area to the sign, and hopefully will spill over to the downtown, where they'll purchase coffee, cappuccinos, pizza, the restaurants that may buy cheese, clothing, et cetera, et cetera. And I think there's no debate that you're going to have some of that spillover. And I believe that it's going to generate more than $15,000 in revenue a year, which would be a great incentive for this council to help the struggling businesses and the successful businesses that are in our downtown core. And I just want to reiterate, that I do believe that, I'm a polarizing counselor. I get that. And I appreciate Councilor Morales's statements that sometimes people vote no for items that I bring to the table because you just want to vote no to me. I fully get that. I understand that. And I recognize that, and you're voted in, and that's your right. But I just want you to think about the impact and the messaging that we're going to have if this is actually voted down. That councillor decides to raise $200,000, 100% of the capital cost, and council votes no because of a increase in capital or operating costs of $5,000 to $15,000. What do you think the downtown businesses are going to think about this? How do you think the downtown businesses are going to react to your statements by your votes? I know if I was a business person and you voted no for this, I wouldn't be too happy. And I guess maybe I'll leave you with this comment. I spent 2 hours fundraising and I raised $50,000 in 2 hours. Then I had anywhere between $20,000 and $30,000 of other businesses and people wanting to fundraise. And I just told them all, no, let's not talk. Let's wait until council actually approves this before we start talking and negotiating and spending time and budgeting for this Love Barrie sign. And then just today, one of our biggest employers called me up and said, we just made a heart part of our branding, part of our values and our beliefs. We want to be a part of this. Barrie's biggest employer, one of them. Then I've got 2 emails from individuals. I have no idea who they are, and they want to be a part of this. I'm not sure if it's a $100 donation or it's a $100,000 donation, but I said, once again, let's wait until see what council support is. So I was expecting the 3 councillors that are voting no to vote no, because that's just generally what you do whenever I bring an item up to board. But I'm asking you to reconsider and take me out of the picture, because I believe that this is bigger than Mike McCann. This is great for the city.
Point of order, Councillor Kungl.
I just wanted to pause there in case I was included as a one of 3, because I vocalized voting no, that I'm hoping members of council and the public consider my decision-making as a higher integrity rather than a personal slight. So I just want to let you know, there's nothing personal in how I'm voting. I'm actually voting on principle.
Yeah, I'm going to recognize that point of order. Councillor McCann, please keep your remarks to the issue, not the individuals.
No, I was actually talking about my feelings, Mayor Jeff Lehman, not talking about what I believe, what I feel. It
doesn't really matter whether you're talking about your feelings, Councillor McCann. The point is around this table, and it's actually in both the code of conduct and the procedural bylaw. We comment on issues. You don't attribute motives or attack individuals. Thanks very much.
And so I'm just asking council to vote in favor of this, because I do believe that this sign is bigger than Mike McCann. And I'm just to add some insight. Once the sign's built, nobody's ever going to remember that I'm the one that raised the money. They're going to forget about it. And it's just going to be about the sign. I'm fully aware of that and fully happy to put all that effort into raising the money so we have this Love Barrie sign. So I'm surprised that it's so confrontational, but let's hope that it's not. And let's hope that I have the majority of council support. Thank you.
Next, I have Councillor Natalie Harris.
Yeah, through you, Mayor Lehman. I just quickly wanted to say that my vote is just about what the issue is, not about whether I like Councillor McCann or not. And my vote will be what it is.
Thanks for that, Councillor Harris. Others who wish to comment? Councillor Jim Harris.
Great. Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Yeah, this is, obviously we're struggling a bit. I just wanted to ask maybe, because it's been raised the question, and we had our committee look at this, and I just want to recognize and thank Emily McGibbon from McLaren and Carol Ann Ryan from Barrie Public Art for helping staff going through, determining what sites might be best. And it landed on heritage. And I did like the one comment about the possibility of public art tours that could come from McLaren and go down to this and the Heart and the Horn and the Serpent and the Sphere Catcher. So that was interesting. What interests me about this particular item, and I believe I shared the last time, was the potential for it to be dynamic and not be static. And I was wondering with that, the conversations that I've had with the small group, and I see there was something. I like the picture that was used in the report because it was the picture of the Toronto sign that was adorned with the art from Danilo to recognize Black History Month. And it was absolutely fabulous. The fabulous part was not the Toronto, the letters, it was the art on the letters that was done by the artist. So that's what interests me actually is the potential for this to be dynamic and to be utilized as a forum, as a canvas for our art community. How much of that has been factored into the discussions to date as part of to make this different, better, more unique? It's going to say Barrie like Belleville says Bevel, whoever says what they say about their place. But is that part of the discussion, the vision and the potential? Thank you. That's maybe through you, maybe to Councillor McCann, or is there city staff who's been on the committee? Ms. James Reed, I see you popping up there, so thank you. If that's for you.
Go to Ms. James Reed and then to Councillor McCann. Ms. James Reed.
Thank you for the question, Councillor Harris. Yes, certainly the consultation we had was invaluable, and that particular idea about the wrap came as part of that discussion. And the Toronto example was just one that we had, we were able to share visually for you. But yes, that's something that we really want to have as part of the RFP. We didn't get into a great detail in the report because it will really depend on what we hear from the proponents to the RFP. But that would be part of a requirement that we're going to have included, and we'll report back on the council on that in terms of how that would work. But we were sort of envisioning a couple art contests a year that could be run maybe through public art or through our creative and economic development team, something like that, that could be themed on various different events throughout the year. So that's how we were envisioning.
Councillor McCann, did you want to add anything to that answer to Councillor Harris?
Sure, maybe I'll just simplify a little bit, Mayor Lehman. Thank you for that. It's the first inspiration when when I just was investigating and what other cities have done, and it's great because you have like Black History Month, you've got LGBT Pride Month, you've got St. Patty's Day, you've got Christmas. You can wrap it. I think what you were alluding to is that McLaren, they can have art competitions where they can make every letter and they can wrap it into something that's beautiful and inspirational and artistic, really rallying the arts community down here. So I think the word dynamic was used a few times this tonight, and this sign will be dynamic. It just won't be stagnant. I didn't have much time, but I did want to put the Barrie sign showing the different colors separate from the staff report, because I wanted to show that it will be what's sort of looking for, have many options to change and to go with the flow. So yeah, I mean, lots of different options, Councillor Harris.
Thank you, Councillor McCann. Thank you, Ms. James Reed. Just maybe one final question for Ms. James Reed. The Heritage Park plan is active right now. Is this, I know this wasn't part of the original planning, but is this sign, given that this is the preferred location from the small group that worked in this, is this able to be worked into the concept in a reasonable fashion if council was to say, listen, and the money was raised and whatever else? Is that reasonable to suggest it could be concluded as part of the plan for that perspective?
Thank you for the question. I'm going to actually ask Michelle Banfield to answer that question, because she is the lead on the consultation for Heritage Park. And as indicated in the report, there were some concerns from her team.
Thank you.
Ms. Banfield.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harris. There were some public information sessions a couple weeks ago about Heritage Park, and we did raise the fact that this staff report was coming and that this is one proposed location. There will also be more public consultation on the Heritage Park Master Plan, likely in September. So should council decide to choose this as a location, there is likely time for us to factor that in. But as Ms. James Reed did indicate, there are some concerns with this location that the report outlines.
And maybe it's too soon. Sorry. Thank you. Maybe one follow-up. Are they concerns that that can be mitigated, or is that fair to ask at this point, Ms. Banfield?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Harris, it's probably a tiny bit too early to tell. I think it's more also about just what people know Heritage Park to be, and whether or not the sign and the activity around the sign is going to align with that. So it's a bit too early to tell, but I hope that helps.
Thanks. Every little bit helps. I appreciate it. Thank you very much. I will say in closing, my name, I know we're getting late. I just would say that what interests me is the potential for this to support our art community. And for that reason, I will be voting yes to keep this alive, to see if we can continue to move this as a canvas for local art. So for that, I will continue to be hopeful that we can do that. So thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Harris. Others on the main motion? Councillor Thompson.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'll be extremely quick. We're a growing community that will be knocking on a lot of doors. The theater comes to mind, and we always look for sponsorship. And I think sometimes this council has failed to recognize the people who want to donate to our community, and people are getting a little bit gun shy. So I'm going to take the sign out of it. If there's a problem in the park, I think Ms. Banfield's team will either have mitigated strategies to fix the issues, or it won't go there. I can't see them changing a design of a park because of the sign, but I will be voting in favor for the simple reason, to raise that kind of money, that's a lot of community engagement. And I want people to know that their good deeds in Barrie won't go unknown. And I hope that these same people, when I phone them for the theater, are as generous. So.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Anyone else wish to speak before I call the question? Okay, just a few things I guess I wanted to add. I voted for this in the first instance, and you know what? Fine. It would actually, I think, on the positive side, you know, no taxpayer capital dollars. Yeah, there's an operating cost, but it's relatively minimal. It's not really about the 10 or 5 or 15 operating costs for me. I was on board until I read the staff report. And the reasons from the staff report were, to be frank, this is what every other city has got. And the comment I made when the idea was brought forward was, if we're going to do this, let's do something different. Let's do something that is a landmark, that makes us stand out, that is not, you know, the 23rd identical sign, and then the renderings came back and it is the Toronto sign or the Ottawa sign, just with the letters Barrie and a heart at the front. And it just, to me, is a missed opportunity. And if we are going to give a prominent space, we're going to give the name of our community to this. I actually, notwithstanding his feelings about me, I have no question that Councillor McCann would find enough people to donate the funds. Is it the kind of thing that I would put at the top of my project list to fundraise for? No, of course not. But, you know, the test I would apply to this is, you know, you got to take the personalities out of this, right? And the reality, you know, the gut check I did is, okay, say a service club came forward and wanted to do this, exactly the same. You know, how would I feel about it? You know, I think I said that at the time the idea first came forward. Absolutely, I would give them the opportunity to meet with staff. I would say, let's look at where we could do it. Let's investigate it. Let's find the feasibility of it. And then let's bring it back to council for approval. And at this point, it wouldn't matter who brought this exact proposal forward. I would say this is not right for our waterfront. This is not right for such a prominent location. And with great respect, I don't think people make travel plans to communities or even within communities because of a backdrop for a picture. It's a great thing. Look, kids love, it doesn't matter. Lots of people of lots of ages would take their picture here. I think they would like that every bit as much as they like the sea serpent, they like the spirit catcher, the other landmarks that we already have here in Barrie. When there was a flower bed on the waterfront in the sesquicentennial year with a big Canada flag planted in flowers, we had all kinds of people taking pictures there. Would it delight some people? Absolutely. I don't think Councillor McCann's wrong about that. But for a moment, do we think this is how we're going to drive the economy post-COVID? No. A sign is a nice backdrop. It may be a nice addition in the sense of giving people who visit this part of our community a place to take a picture. But I'm not going to support it on the premise that this is something that's being called for by hard-hit, COVID-hit businesses as being their salvation. Would it be part of the downtown experience? Sure. Is it something that is going to have any return on investment to us? No, I don't believe so. So I was just underwhelmed And I'm a little bit disappointed, I must admit, because I think the opportunity existed over the past several months for some real creativity to take the original idea of having a landmark sign with our community's name and give us something that really would have stood out, that could have been indicative of our community, our waterfront, our history, our Indigenous history. I mean, so many different things could have inspired a different approach, but what we've got is, you know, the 24th sign with the letters of the city name in it. So I'm not going to support this with great respect, and like I said, all feelings aside, I think if somebody brings something forward, they want to donate or fundraise for it, the city of Barrie should say thank you. And if this goes forward, I will say thank you personally to the donors and to Councillor McCann for raising the money, because I will be bound by council's decision. But I'm going to urge you not to support this. We can do better than this in terms of a landmark sign on our waterfront. And I don't believe this is what our community needs right now in terms of a priority. So with that, I'll call the question, and I will ask for those in favor of the motion as amended, please indicate. And opposed? 4. Okay, that carries. Okay, I've had a request for a break. It is 10:46. We're going to need a motion to extend. Members of General Committee, do you wish to take a break? There are 3 more items. Yep. Okay. So we're going to adjourn. I'm going to keep it short until 10:55. So 9-minute break. Recharge. Please turn your cameras back on at 10:55. And we will immediately need a motion to extend to deal with the remaining matters, but we'll do that at 10:55. So adjourned for 9 minutes. All right, everybody, let's come on back to order. Okay, first of all, I will need a motion to extend tonight's meeting past 11 p.m. moved by Councillor Thompson, seconded by Councillor Riepma. All those in favor of extending the meeting past 11? Is anybody opposed? None? Okay, that carries. Our next item on the agenda is the approval of the Transportation Asset Management Plan, easy for me to say. The subject of the presentation earlier tonight, I think, Barrie, you held this. Deputy Mayor Ward.
Yes, I had my questions answered earlier, so I'm fine. I'll put it on the table.
Okay, motions on the floor is printed. We can pick up the discussion where it left off if others have additional questions or comments. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I won't be able to support this, but it'll be a quiet no. Still speaking to it because I want people to understand why. When I read that report, that is quite possibly one of the scariest reports I've read about the city. Since the presentation, I've got clarity that a lot of municipalities around Ontario are in the same predicament. So this is not a very specific issue. This is a systemic issue. This is problematic in terms of funding. However, I just, as a director on this council, as a board of director for, I guess, as a councillor for this corporation, I am, again, I can't, for future generations, vote to support this. However, I'm being told that our new official plan, as it goes down the process of being approved, we can take a look at how density and how more dense zoning can help move that number from that $40+ million gap to the goal, which is 0. And to support that sentiment, I was able to pull up an article earlier from 2018 where that number was sitting in the $70+ million. And we've got to $40 million. We need to continue moving in that direction. But again, I'm optimistic and I'm going to wait to see what our OP addresses. And it's again, I'm not just refusing to accept this report. What I'm saying is I think we're going to have to, unfortunately, have a very, very serious conversation that if we want the city to be sustainable, be able to pay for its infrastructure, have proper finances, and be where we expect it to be, our density targets are going to have to change. I'm not going to sit here and say a number twice, 3 times, 4 times corridors, arterials. That's not my place, but the numbers definitely have to change. So just the way I supported Mayor Lehman's amendment on KPIs for different aspects, I will be voting no on this one, but I will be keeping a close eye on the OP to see how we can move the needle towards a 0 infrastructure gap. And hopefully we can, hopefully we start a broader conversation with Mayor Lehman yourself as a representative on the Ontario Large Urban Caucus, the new name that they came up with, as well as our MPPs and MPs advocating for a systemic change on funding models.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Morales. Councillor Natalie Harris.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I'm with Councillor Morales on this one. I think when we were voting for our budget, I said no to the decrease in the DERF. And so yeah, I agree. I'm still very happy with all the work that was put into this, but this is concerning, and I'm going to stay with Councillor Morales.
Okay, Councillor Harris. Others who wish to comment? Okay, a few comments I'd make. I would actually encourage General Committee to support this. It's an asset management plan, so unless you're providing different direction or have specific issues, then I'm not sure it serves much of a purpose. If the point is to make the point that we're still underfunding renewal work in the city, I'm not sure your vote will do that, but I'm sure that your decisions at budget time will certainly help change that. And I guess a couple of comments to make. Yes, higher density development will certainly help. And I think our OP puts us, the draft OP, but really our growth management over the last 10 years has put us on that path. However, as soon as you have to dig up a road in an urban area and put in a much bigger pipe or expand a pollution control plant or something, doesn't really matter whether it's for a mid-rise, a high-rise, or low-density development, it gets incredibly expensive. And so it's just a little more complicated, I guess, is my point, members of council, than just changing the density in the official plan area. But I think, you know, Councilor Morales made the point, and that's actually one of the reasons why I support the work of Ms. Oakley and her team. We went in this city from an infrastructure deficit of $70–80 million a year to about half that. And we did that by doing the incredibly difficult thing of asking our residents to contribute to a dedicated infrastructure renewal fund, which over time has now built up to over $30 million a year, every year, of additional funding that's put towards the state of good repair to our infrastructure. But I think to the core point, which is, are we chasing something that we'll never catch up to? Yes, if we keep developing the way we have in the past, both in terms of the pace and the design of our new communities and the infrastructure that is required for them. So it does beg us to, as the city grows, grow fundamentally differently. And I think over the last 10 years, there's been a big change in that, in part because the city ran out of land and we didn't have the annexed lands to develop on. And so now we're seeing cranes on intensification corridors, one downtown with more to come, and in areas of the city where we haven't seen high-rise or mid-rise development previously. So, I mean, just in terms of this item tonight, I actually want to thank staff and indicate to them that notwithstanding some of the comments around the problem that they're highlighting with this plan, the fact is we're miles ahead of where we used to be, and just the hard data that's in this plan, I can tell you, or Barrie can tell you, that 10 years ago, City Council did not have this level of information with which to make decisions. And as a consequence, probably didn't make as good decisions as we are able to today. So I'll thank the staff for their work, and I'll call the question on the Transportation Asset Management Plan, which is on the floor. Those in favor, please indicate. And opposed? 2. Okay, that carries.
Separate report.
Separate report's been requested. Okay, the next 2 items were both held by Councillor Morales. The City of Barrie Cultural Grant Review is the next staff report. Report and recommendations. Councillor Morales, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Not to bog this one down, this needed to be to get some acknowledgement. I went from reading the scariest report I've ever read to one of the best reports I've ever read. The work that went into using municipalities as case studies, I believe Thunder Bay was in there, Brampton, a couple of other municipalities, was incredible. The level of detail, the justification, and I believe the author of this report was Miss Amanda Dyke, and obviously it went up to Miss Schlitzer and then to Miss Miller. But I just wanted to hold it not for debate, not for contention, because it's not really a report yet. It's almost like the recommendations, justification to get that later this year. Was an incredible amount of detail. Was again one of the best reports I've ever read from staff in my 7 years here, and wanted to give it its due acknowledgement. I know in the past the city has evolved in terms how it gives out its grants. City has always been well intentioned, but obviously the industry, the demand has grown and shifted and changed the industry and standard best practices. So when people talk about governance evolving or needing refinement, this is a great example on how that can be done. And I really, Mayor Lehman, I just wanted to hold it just to give a big recognition and verbal one, not just an email between us, but to Ms. Amanda Dyke and everybody involved in this. I'm just singling her out because it was essentially her name that was identifies the author with all the managers, I guess, signing off on that. But this was incredible. And I honestly think I wouldn't be surprised if municipalities around the province would use what is likely to come out of this as a model for for them to shape their own policies. So big kudos, and thank you for allowing me to read this report and making me very hopeful.
Okay, thanks, Councilor Morales. Any other comments on this report? It's on the floor as printed. I'll certainly echo your comments, Councilor Morales. I thought it was an excellent report, and I know the cultural grant program, was intended to depoliticize what is sometimes a political issue, the funding of cultural groups in our community. And I think this was a very honest and thoughtful and forward-looking report that is really going to be the basis for an even improved program in the future. You know, from the beginning, this program was designed to support our arts groups from the bottom up, to say we're going to grow our local groups rather than spend money to import acts or shows or that sort of thing from outside the community. We're going to try and support people in our community in their endeavors and their organizations. And I think the program is very successful, but it can be made better, and this is a great blueprint for it. So I'm going to support the staff report too. And I'll call the question. Those in favor of the item on the floor? Anybody opposed? None? That carries. Finally, we have the capital project status report. Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I believe you asked me to hold this one, or am I mistaken?
I did, yes. I have an amendment. If nobody else has any comments on this one, I'll just have Deputy Mayor take the floor so I can introduce it.
Okay, Mayor Lehman, over to you.
Okay, the amendment was circulated, and it is that an additional $150,000 be allocated to capital EN 1308 End of Life Pavement Replacement Program to be funded from the Federal Gas Tax Reserve for a holding strategy for Vesper Street Road rehabilitation. And I'll just speak to that very briefly if I could.
Go ahead.
Okay, obviously this is a report, and I'll make my comments after the amendment, but it's relevant to the amendment that this is a report that has $19 million going back into city coffers for various reasons, with only about $4 million additional coming forward, $5 million, excuse me, coming out. Even if that wasn't the case, I'd make the case for this 150. Just to be clear, staff went out, took a look. For those who don't know, Vesper Street in front of Mays Martin Limited and in the area of Barrie Welding, it is an absolute moonscape. It is impassable following this spring, and these are valued employers in our city. The end of life pavement program might be able to do Vesper Street without additional budget. They're about to go out to tender. Staff can add this as a provisional item, so it gets done right away, but it's going to depend on the tender prices. The estimate that was given to me was 100 to 125. To be safe, I'm asking you to authorize up to 150, but I'm hopeful it won't have to be spent at all. Normally, I would not try and get into prioritizing these sorts of roads, but I have to tell you, the concern from the employers in the area is severe, and what really triggered it for me is there's some products being moved in this area, including fuels and precision robotics, that need good roads. And the very least we can do, whether it's Morrow Road or a road like Vesper Street, is provide the ability for trucks to get in and out of our employers without significant damage to their products. And that is the concern that's come to us from the general managers, the executives of these companies. So I'd ask you to support this as an amendment to the capital budget report or status report.
Okay, on the positive side, they're probably not getting many street racers on it. Are there any comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All in favor? I'll be in favor too. It's unanimous. I'll turn the chair back to you, Mayor Lehman.
Thanks, Deputy Mayor Ward. Any further comments on the capital budget status report? Councillor Thompson.
Just a comment, Mayor Lehman. I really appreciated your amendment. I know Councillor Jim Harris had a look into some of the industrial lands, roads, and speaking with Stephanie, I think it's a great sign to our businesses. So more of a comment, and I appreciated your amendment. And I think it's a great sign that we'll do anything for our businesses to move them along. So, thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Thompson. Appreciate that. Councillor Morales.
Very quick, but worth noting. For anybody that thinks, oh, why are we giving some money to make roads smoother for business? What are we getting back from industry? One really good point that we're getting back is the Little Lake development. So if people didn't catch this, the work that they're going to do in the Little Lake development in the future in Ward 3 in Councillor Kungo's ward is phenomenal. The rehabilitation, the improvement of the area, the land that they're actually going to be giving the city of Barrie. So while we might need to spend a little bit extra on that, that is the Little Lake redevelopment is something that has always kind of been in the back burner for decades, never really gets done. And again, I can't wait to hopefully in a in a hopefully in a mask-free world, and be there with Councillor Congo, other members of council, seeing that area really just get healthier. Again, this is what I'll be supporting this whole thing. But the one thing that stood out at me was the kind of commitment that the applicant has made to that area. And I know obviously Councillor Congo knows it well. So I'll be voting in favor of it. And for residents who are curious about what they get, what they give, I would definitely encourage them to look at that commitment around the Little Lake area to see how sometimes it's a win-win for everybody, industry, nature, and the city.
Thank you. Councillor Congo, did you want to comment?
Yes, as it's mentioned, I'll comment just because it is an area that we've been talking about at a ward level for some time. So as we know more about what that could look like and what access looks like and some of those high level pieces that are in the report, I'll bring that to residents. And as Councillor Morales has indicated, for some of you, we're aware that there was this Little Lake master plan that was 10 years long that had different elements to it. So we'll be looking at revisiting a lot of things and making sure that residents are involved in how we support all aspects of safe access to Little Lake as a gem in our city.
Agreed. Any other comments, members of General Committee? Okay, just briefly, I know I say this with many of the status reports, regardless of how much is coming in or going out, this is how our community knows what is happening with their tax dollars. Every single capital project, over or under, eventually is in one of these reports. And for those who say anything the city touches automatically goes over budget, these reports are the answer. And in this one, as in many of the recent capital status reports, and I need to go back and dig a lot of these out so that we can look at that performance. This report is returning $21 million in funding that was not spent, either in some cases because projects were canceled, but as you go through the appendixes, it's very clear a very significant number of projects that came in under budget or were altered to reduce the budget. The amount of funding commitments that are going out, the projects that are over budget, 5.1 million. So roughly 4 times as much coming back in as going out. It won't always be the case. There can be big projects that go over budget and that outweighs a whole bunch of little ones that come in under or vice versa. But the fact is our capital project tracking, again, every year shows every single dollar over under budget. How is the city performing? How are we performing with your tax dollars? And it is all in this report. And this report says for every dollar over budget, we had $4 under budget returned to the taxpayer for future use. So I want to congratulate staff on that. You know, as I say, the numbers are different every time, but the increased attention that's being paid to our capital budget tracking is, I think, showing some effects in terms of how we are spending taxpayers' money. So thank you for that, and I will call the question on the report as amended. Those in favor? Any opposed? None are opposed. That carries. Okay, the remaining items went on consent, which brings us to inquiries of staff. Deputy Mayor Ward, do you have any inquiries of staff?
I have none.
Members of General Committee, Councillor Thompson.
Thanks, Mayor Lehman. To Ms. Banfield, I apologize that I wasn't able to contact you earlier. Would you be able to have your team look at Edge Hill just with the Ann Street Bridge and the construction of some of the apartment buildings parking lots? We have cars parked on both sides of Edge Hill, maybe temporary no parking signs, just while the construction's going on. There was a bad accident on Wednesday. Just people are parked where people can't edge out of the driveway safely. So if you could have your team just look at that due to the Ann Street closure and the higher volume of traffic on Edge Hill, it'd be greatly appreciated.
Ms. Banfield?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Thompson, absolutely, and we will report back to you.
Thanks,
That's all.
Councillor
Thank
Thompson.
you.
Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. I just had some inquiries from some downtown businesses that have restaurants that have patios. Toronto's just opened up that they're having patios open up on Friday. Could we let the public know what we're planning on doing, if we have a plan and what that plan is going to be?
Ms. Miller.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann, the province's order has certainly allowed outdoor dining, and certainly our Patios Everywhere program and the downtown patios will be open as long as they have their permits in place, which I believe most of them do.
Sorry, may I be more specific? Sorry, but I think they have to close at 11 o'clock, correct? Is there any way that we can extend that to 1 o'clock as a pilot project like we did last summer?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor McCann, we'll be following the provincial direction in terms of what the order requires in terms of opening and closings.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Lehman. Maybe Don McAlpine could answer a question for me then. Through you, Mayor Lehman. Ms. McAlpine, is there a bylaw restriction that restaurants, patios in Dunlop Street and throughout the city of Barrie have to be closed by 11 o'clock?
Ms. McAlpine.
Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor McCann, patio extensions that are on municipal lands require that a person isn't allowed to enter or re-enter the patio after 10:30, and no person is permitted to be in or remain in the patio area after 11:15. And that's set out in the business licensing bylaw.
And if it was council's decision to want to extend that, or correct me if I'm wrong, does the mayor have authority to do this without council? A state emergency, you have the.
Ms. McAlpine.
Mayor Lehman, through you to Councillor McCann, council could amend the bylaw should the mayor feel that this matter was related to the emergency. There is the potential. I'm not sure how you would relate it specifically to health and safety concerns, but I may be missing something at this hour.
So to be clear, right now the patios can stay open until 10:45 and no one can re-enter. And if we were going to change that to allow people on patios past 10:45, what would the options be?
So the patios can remain, no person can enter a patio that's on municipal lands after 10:30, and no person can remain after 11:15. And should council wish to change that, an amendment to the bylaw would need to be introduced.
And just for clarification, does the mayor have authority to do that without council due to this is Monday and the patio season is opening up on Friday?
There would have to be a connection to how extending the patios would serve to address the emergency, in terms of how that would, in my mind, would need to address how that would improve health and safety of residents by extending it. To enact it under an emergency order that is a health matter, I believe you need a connection to how that would improve health within the community. We would potentially need a legal opinion on that, though.
Okay. Well, I'm sure other council members are getting bars and restaurants asking them about patio season. So I'll leave that in your good hands, Mayor Lehman, and hopefully we can communicate how that's going to look. Thank you.
So just to be clear to members of General Committee, staff have on a number of occasions limited our proposed actions, as you may recall, to support businesses in the reopening because of what they feel to be legal limitations or legal opinions that have been given to staff. I think you just received it. So I don't want anybody out there to have any expectations that I have any powers, as you've just heard, to change that, Councillor McCann. I don't want you leaving that impression with businesses out there. You just got the answer from staff that it is not within the power of the emergency order for me to do that, or that I could do that, but it would likely be violating, my legal authority. If you would like staff to get a legal opinion, and then we'll report back publicly on whether or not I can do that under the order, I would do it in a minute. I would do it in 30 seconds. I would sign an order to extend the hours on the patio to allow our businesses the maximum ability to try and recover what they've lost under the public health orders. Be delighted to do that, but I don't want anybody watching to go away with any expectations created by the uncertainty around the answer there. It's my take that that I don't have the power to do that either. But if I do, I'd be happy to use it.
Okay, so just to be very clear here, we're going to communicate this how and when.
Sorry, which? Communicate what? What I'm trying to say is it's being communicated right now that if we want longer hours on the patios, you or another member of council will need to move a change to the bylaw, and that'll have to go through the process because I don't have the emergency power to do it. If we were to get a legal opinion from somewhere that was inconsistent with staff's opinion, that was actually, you know, Mayor, you can go ahead and do it, then I would happily do it. As you know, on a couple of other matters, I've attempted to do things to support the business community and have not had the support of staff or lawyers that instead stood in the way. So that's the reality. I don't like it, but that's, I think our restaurants and bars out there should know they need a motion from council and then the extension of the bylaw. So if you want to ask staff around the process to do that, it would be good to get that information out there right now.
Yes, of course. But...
Okay. So Ms. McAlpine, if council does want to extend patio hours to support the recovery of the restaurant community, what would the process be and the approximate earliest timing that we could do that?
Mayor Lehman, an option might be for a direct motion to be introduced
at next Monday's council?
At next Monday's council meeting.
Right. And we could get that bylaw done for the next day so that it could be in effect almost immediately. Correct me if I'm wrong. Ms. McAlpine? Yeah, okay. So my suggestion would be that a member of council bring forward a direct motion. The other thing that to keep in mind is the OREGs around this reopening may limit the hours. Ontario has chosen to limit outdoor dining hours before as part of COVID. I don't know whether they did so this time, but I don't believe they did. So maybe our staff hearing your inquiry, Councillor McCann, and I think there's some interest around the table and at least the answer. We can do it by direct motion next Monday. It's not going to help for Friday and Saturday and Sunday of this weekend, but it certainly could help for the rest of the summer.
But would give the bars and restaurants some hope. And right now we could use some hope.
Sure could. Okay, other inquiries of staff. I have Councillor Harvey and Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Your Worship. Actually, it's a follow-up to the current discussion. Obviously, we know that we have the direct motion without notice, but I was just wondering if an emergency council meeting prior to the weekend that we could have this issue brought forward. And would we then have the ability to pass a bylaw prior to the weekend if we did that?
Madam Clerk, I think there might be enough time to do that.
Sorry, through Mayor Lehman to members of council, we can call a special council meeting within 48 hours for a specific reason. And I'm just going to speak with our legal just to make sure we can pass the bylaw and everything the same night. But I think we can just do it by motion, but I just want to confirm that. But we can certainly call, the mayor and I can call a special council meeting for like Thursday, or if we want to do that.
Okay, so here's my suggestion. We will make sure tomorrow that Ontario isn't limiting the hours because if they do that, there's no point in us trying to set later hours. We can't. But if we're able to, I'm happy to call a quick meeting for later in the week. Councillor Kungle.
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. I have a couple of questions for staff. One is focused on the agenda that we passed on consent. The item was about the cycling network expansion. It did have a piece specific to Ward 3 Street around Hamner. And I did want to take a moment while that passed on consent, knowing that there are a lot of residents that reached out both at the town hall and through staff to make sure that there was awareness of, it was on the agenda tonight. Hopefully everyone was aware of that, but also wanting to reiterate some of the the clarifications on questions that are still coming in. I was hoping that Brett or Mr. Greatrix could maybe answer some of the questions if he's on the call this evening. Just to clarify a couple of pieces, and I want to thank you again for being really open and accessible around this. I'm putting a lot of content together, but I had a couple of questions just in benefit of residents watching tonight.
Okay, go ahead.
Great, thank you.
Mayor Lehman.
Oh, great.
Sorry,
Thank you,
Mr.
Mr.
Greatrix, she hadn't asked them yet. Go ahead, Councillor Kungle.
You might know them. I've asked you a couple of times. So in specific to Ward 3, this initiative is really, can you confirm, tied to a past council motion in 2019 that's tied to our master plan? Could you speak to where this is already something that council has given direction on?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungle. This has been approved as part of the 2013 Transportation Master Plan that's been endorsed by council, as well as the 2019 Transportation Master Plan for the cycling lanes on Hanmer Street.
Thank you. And as Ward 3 saw a change to what's called that road diet, where we saw the reduction of 4 lanes to 2 in each direction with bike lanes on either side, and some benefits of that, a lot of questions still coming in about how come that isn't sufficient around an alternative option and permitting Hanmer to stay, as is with on-street parking, because that will be the most significant change from a resident impact that I'm hearing, which is the elimination of on-street parking. Could you share why Hanmer is still part of that core aspect of the Transportation Master Plan?
So again, through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungle, we're looking at active transportation infrastructure, specifically cycling infrastructure on Hanmer Street, Livingston Street, and Cundall Street. We're looking at Hanmer first because that's the route that has the best connectivity to the city's waterfront and what we can implement now. The connection on Livingston Street, there's still a large gap between Kozlov Street and Stanley Street that we won't be able to get to for a few years as we undertake our Barrie infrastructure program, look at design, and move to implementation. But the reality with that project is we're looking at the mid-2020s. And Cundall's Road itself presents a lot of barriers in terms of constrained right-of-way. So at the present time, Hanmer Street is the best east-west corridor across Bayfield Street, north of Highway 400.
Thank you. And can you confirm for me that this change has been deferred or moved into 2022? So no change to the road will actually occur this year?
Yep, through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungle. Absolutely. We're aligning this project with planned resurfacing on Hanmer that's planned for 2022.
Okay. And then lastly, and thank you, Mr. Greatrix, that's everything at this time. And lastly, just for Ms. Cook, if you could, from a process, reiterate for any residents watching, if they did have concerns about this proceeding, that they do have an option to make a delegation to council next Monday, that it would be ratified and on the agenda for next Monday evening.
Through Mayor Lehman to Councillor Kungle, yes, and I can email the city clerk's inbox, cityclerks@barrie.ca, or just call our office and we can assist them if there's anybody that wants to make a deputation.
And through you, Ms. Clerk, that would be by Wednesday. Is there a timeline to just reiterate?
Yes, Wednesday at noon, please.
Okay. Thank you. Those are all my questions about the changes to Hanmer Street as part of the network expansion. And my last question to staff was about the neighborhood meeting that's happening in Ward 3 at 303 Cundall's Road East. It's getting a lot of attention, and I was hoping if Ms. Banfield could quickly just express as a point of benefit to individuals the part of the process of that, and that that's happening at, I believe, 5 o'clock on Wednesday. You can register for that, but there's still a lot of concern about if a motion is happening and if decisions have been made on that property. I'm hoping to give Michelle a moment to share about what will happen at a neighborhood meeting and the next steps.
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungle. So a neighborhood meeting is a process that we have adopted at the City of Barrie. That's actually a meeting before an application is submitted to the municipality. So there are no decisions that will be made. It really is just an opportunity for the community to hear about an application before it's actually submitted. When an application is ultimately submitted, it would go through the regular approvals process. That would include another public meeting in front of council and a technical review and the full planning process. So no decisions are being made. It's before an actual application is being submitted. Now is the time to, if you can, join, and if not, at least email the planner on the file, and we can just make sure that you're updated throughout the process.
Thank you. And lastly, I did have one more question, and sorry to take a bit of airtime, but while we've had a bit of media on the fireworks motion, that was an item for discussion, I'm still getting a lot of questions about what about noise limits and duration. So I was wondering, Ms. Cook, for those watching this evening that saw that that item had passed on consent, if individuals had questions about, in addition to the proposed restriction on days to set off fireworks, if they wanted to see added restrictions around the time limit, would there be anything in our current bylaw that would just carry forward to next week, or would that be a separate piece to address at another date?
Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungle, I'm actually going to ask Ryan if he can bring in Jason Forgrave to provide a response.
Thank you.
Mr. Forgrave, I think you're still on mute.
Sorry, I'm operating off my phone. Can you hear me now?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor Lehman, to Councillor Kungle. There are no provisions for the time in the regulatory bylaw, but there may be some provisions under the noise bylaw that could be addressed, or amendments that had to be made to the regulatory bylaw to include the times.
Thank you, Mr.
Forgrave. Yeah, sorry, there we go. Go ahead, Councillor Kungle.
Thank you, Mr. Forgrave. I think that was good just to add, and then I'll connect with Ms. Cook and any others to see if there's pieces anyone wants to go further on by next Monday. But otherwise, I'll connect in, and I guess we'll look at staff's best advice around pending the outcome of next Monday, enforceability, which is also another question, and how we operate, and when does this take effect, should it be approved. So that's all my questions overall. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Kungle. Other inquiries of staff? Councillor Aylwin.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Just very quick, it's about Meridian Place. And maybe you can answer, or Ms. McAlpine can answer as well. I've had some people asking about when Meridian Place will be open to the public again and the fencing removed.
We'll be able to make that public shortly, Councillor Aylwin.
That's great. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any other inquiries of staff? Okay, seeing none. Announcements, Deputy Mayor Ward.
Just the one on the poetry, but I'll wait till after you've made the general announcement.
Okay. Any other announcements, members of General Committee? Councillor Owen.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Very quickly, it's Bike Month, and I hope everyone can get out and celebrate by riding their bike to work, to school, wherever along our beautiful waterfront. And the city has put together, our staff has put together some wonderful resources, cycling and walking resources if cycling isn't your thing. And you can find the link to that on my website, keenan.ca. Get out there on your bike. I just tuned my bike up, got my tires fixed, and it's been so nice the last few days riding. So enjoy.
Thanks, Councillor Owen. Any other announcements? Councillor Kungle.
I'll be quick, but on the theme of the month, it's Seniors Month. And I want to do a shout out to Jessica Gorley with all the work that she's been doing with the Seniors Advisory Committee and the Seniors Without Walls programming. As well, I had a great conversation with representatives from Barrie Public Library and did want to highlight there's a lot of online program and servicing that have been promoted. We're trying to push that out. So do sign up for the e-newsletter, but also specific to seniors, we're hoping for the opportunity to maybe highlight some of those programs and services at the Seniors Committee. But do check out the Barrie Public Library offering. And again, to Jessica, thanks for all you do tied to supporting the Seniors Without Walls program.
Thanks, Councillor Kungl. Any other announcements? Councillor Morales.
Thank you, Mayor Lehman. Based on the announcement from the province, I'd like to share with council and those watching that the BIA is looking forward and trying to do open air Dunlop early. So we had a target of in a couple of weeks from now. We are looking to do it early. My language is very cautious right now because we are trying for the third time. So anybody who's motivated, please follow all guidelines. Please wear your masks. Please bring sanitizer. But if we can pull this off with businesses and stakeholders in a safe way, please get out and support your downtown businesses.
Hear, hear. Thanks, Councillor Morales. Any other announcements? Okay, I am only going to do a couple of these. First of all, I want to announce, and Barrie can pick me up on this, that the Sir Robert Barrie Project Committee has selected 3 winners for their poetry contest. First place was Cassandra Parent, grade 9 at St. Peter's Catholic Secondary School. Second place was Levi Taylor, grade 9, homeschooled. And third place is Lucas Pennell, grade 8 at Willow Landing. Deputy Mayor Ward, want to pick me up on this?
No, in fact, you've got all the details. I hope you're going to announce the Sir Robert Barrie Day in general, but it's part of the Sir Robert Barrie project to raise the profile of Sir Robert Barrie in Barrie. And I had the honor of attending the virtual conference, and it was actually very nice. The students were very nice. They had their parents there, their grandparents were on the phone call and were on the Zoom call, and in Cassandra's case, she brought her high school English teacher in on the call, which I thought was a very nice touch. That she would think to include her high school English teacher, who she found such an inspiration, to include her on the call. So it was very good to be there.
Absolutely, and yes, of course, this is in celebration of the first Sir Robert Barrie Day today, June 7th, in the city of Barrie. And thank you to the project committee for running the poetry contest with these students and being able to celebrate, even though they had to do that online. The only other announcement I wanted to note tonight is that as we do head into the first month of the beginning of reopening, the city is continuing to offer 2-hour free parking in the Chase McEachern Way and Maple Avenue parking lots downtown until June 30th. That is as we do the finishing touches on the Dunlop Streetscape project. There is more information on the website if you are interested. Members of General Committee, comments on the circulation lists. First, May 25th. That is, yes, May 25th circulation list. Any items from that night? Councillor Kungl.
And sorry for that, and I'm running back, but I'm on the 21st.
31st?
The 7th. I'm on the 7th.
Okay. Any from the May 25th circ list? Seeing none. How about May 31st? The midweek one. Nope. June 7th. Go ahead, Councillor Kungl.
Yes, thank you. And I'm not sure if credit is due to Councillor McCann originally for getting this in motion or not. But I did want to pause because on the circulation list, there's a staff memo that talks a bit about the 400 Cup Pond Hockey Tournament. And there's some great news embedded in that. And it sounds like we have facilitated through Rob Bell and the team that Barrie will be the site for the 400 Cup Pond Hockey Tournament. So there's some save the dates in there for January and February to look forward to. So I wanted to thank staff for actually doing the work to position us for that opportunity to have that event.
Yep, thanks for that, Councillor Kungl. Any other circulation list items from June 7th? Seeing none, that completes the business for this evening. We are adjourned at 11:40 p.m. and we will see everybody tomorrow night for Finance and Corporate Services Committee. Good night, everyone.